Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, August the 28th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. There we go. Thank you, guys. So, what's that? First of all, let's talk a little bit about the trade of the week. Trade of the week this week is CBNA. I don't think the last two have triggered, so let's see if this one does. The trigger is, well, it's right at the trigger price. Of course, usually you should wait for the market to open if you're going to take it, but the trigger price is 41.61, which I believe the email said was the high. Yeah, the high of Friday. So if it, you can see, I mean, listen, if it takes out 40.61 and the next high after that is 42.20, it's got some room. I mean, we're just obviously what Steve is trying to do in this week's trade of the week is maybe take advantage of that large low float percent and see what happens. We're in for a positive open with the overall market, so this might help it. No, yeah, I thought of you, PJ. I said I was going to say it. If you hadn't said what you said, I was going to say, "Where's that PJ?" I remember you said, "Why don't you take just a couple of shares of the VFS?" And I said, "Nope. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, insane. It's truly, truly insane. I mean, this almost got up to $192, 92.10 in the pre 92 in the pre-market. VFS. If you're not familiar with this one, this is an EV maker out of Vietnam, which now has a combined market cap. Well, well, definitely way more than GM and Ford, way more combined. Incredible. Now, GDC guys, this is an interesting one. GDC, BDC is an interesting one. This is China, low float China, kind of back into that kind of market. They did have some news, expands the grids of the future portfolio with TikTok to drive growth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so there is some news on this GDC, China stock, very low float, 2.3 million in the float. I don't really remember this one, but evidently this one got up to $44 back the week of, gotta expand this just a little bit. That was the first week of May. Okay, the first week of May, that got up to $42. So who knows? Maybe this could be one that for the next little while maybe has a crazy move. He's already had a crazy move, 82%, but I'm talking about even crazier. NVCR. Yeah, somebody posted the information. Yeah, bad news. Bad news. NV. Wow, that $30. Imagine holding this thing. I mean, it did. They really didn't have a big clue this was going to happen. Look at the past days of NVCR. No big clue, but ovarian cancer study failure. It must be phase three. Is it phase three? Can't quite see what phase it was. But anyway, cut by one third now, NVCR. Maybe William can do a bit of an analysis on it. LQR. I don't really think it's going to do too much, but it's up on a share repurchase program. And HE is out defending their company. HE is out defending their company after it disputes the cause of the deadly fire, Maui fire. Okay, so HE is disputing. You don't have to, William. I'm putting all the pressure on you. You're our man for evaluating companies. ALA. Well, there are others in the room that could do it. I'd like to turn to you. ALA. Excuse me. ALAR. This is up on some company. I don't know these guys too well. Alliance Global Partners has put an $8 price target on ALAR, Israeli stock. Don't know what the float is. 3M, this seems to be going on forever, that settlement, but it looks like now another, what, $5 billion, a settlement, 5.5. Is this it now? Was close to a $5.5 billion settlement. Okay, close to. Because this has been going on for, it seems like, several months now. But anyway, on that news, 3M pumped a lot. I mean, that's a big move for a stock with 551 million shares in the float. Now there are some buyouts. HT is a buyout. HT is a buyout. And THRN is a buyout. THRN is a buyout. I think. Yeah, 10.20 a share to go private. There's one other one that I saw that the buyout was at 24 and the stock, and it's an all cash offer, and the stock is sitting at around 22. Can't remember which one it was. And I just mentioned this one just in case it does something crazy this week. Okay, in this week, not today probably, but FFIE did it's a reverse split effective today. It's a 1-for-80 reverse split, FFIE. So we've seen this. Who knows? Maybe in the next little while, I'll try to come up with some news to pump this stock. So now, a lot in the float before. What's that going to be? 1.8 million in the float now? So 1-for-80 reverse split. So I guess, yeah, divide that by 80 and you get about 1.8 million. Okay, why is my computer? Just a minute, guys. Let's see if there's something going on here. That's the one. Thank you. Thank you, Casa. Yeah, DHR ABMC. So the stock's sitting now. In case you're wondering, well, wait a minute. If they're offering 24 in cash and it seems like a done deal, why wouldn't I buy it right now at 22.30 and wait for the deal to happen and get a guaranteed $1.50? The reason being is that even though they have, in theory, done the deal, something could happen to stop the deal. It's that simple. So until it's done, it's not done. In fact, here you go. Investors don't like the premium. So who knows? Maybe there'll be a fight. But that's the reason. And this, yeah, I saw this one earlier. This is a SPAC, VHNA. VHNA is a SPAC, and it was doing its thing. And yeah, but I know it popped up to $17, right back down to 11 now. They announced a shareholder approval of business combination. Okay, well, okay, so it's actually done with Rodzan, a global insurance technology company on a mission to transform the global auto insurance powered by advanced AI, guys. So there you go. So, so when they start trading as this Rodzan, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually been announced. Let's see. Okay, sometime in September. Sometime in September, it'll start trading as RDZN. Okay, sometime in September. So there's not a fixed date. So this could be interesting, obviously, just because it's something to do with AI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to one of our charts, I'm going to put RDZN in here. Okay, and of course it's not trading yet. So what I'll do is I'll just create a price alert. I'll put $1 because it'll obviously start trading at more than $1. And I'll just I will put in a little note back from VHNA. And I will put a note also to do with AI. So when it happens, if it happens sometime in September and I get the price alert, I'll be able to quickly look, oh yeah, that's what it's about. Thank you for that, William. Yeah, I mean it has bounced from 1659 up to 20. So there's almost a $3.50 bounce from the lows, NVCR. All right, guys, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from my source. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get them in, and then I'll take a quick look to see if there's anything that looks interesting, some kind of a price target that looks out of whack. Not too many price targets today. All right, those are the upgrades. So I just want to see check some of them out here. Let's take a look at MCW. All right, so Parker Sandler has upgraded them from, I guess they had an initial target of 9, and now they've upgraded it to 12. And Mr. Car Wash, Mr. Car Wash. Actually, a little bit of volume this morning. Actually, it's a pretty good pop. 8%, 10%. So that is Mr. Car Wash, MCW. Piper Sandler putting a $12 price target on them. Yeah, that's about the only one I can really see that might be interesting. Take a look at the downgrades now. Not too many of either in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Ooh, here's one. There's probably already, I have to look at this one. IPSC, sorry, yeah, IPSC. Check out what price it is. Oh, okay. JP Morgan has downgraded it to $5 from 28 down to 5. So it's already there. Forget about it. Just a few more to go. Here's another one, LYEL. Let's take a look at, my guess is that it's already there. LYEL. Let's take a look at LYEL. And yeah, I wonder why these are even showing up. JP Morgan downgrading it from 15 down to 5. But really nothing other than that MP, what was the one I said? MPW? MCW, Mr. Car Wash. Hey, one moment, please. Morning, Zen. Yeah, so 3M, Triple M is on the run here, guys. It's amazing how stocks react to some news. So 106.55 is the next high looking left, and it's almost there. And the next high after that is 107.98 and all. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average about 110 for Triple M. And again, the news is that they may be only in the hook for $5.5 billion, which Wall Street Journal is proclaiming a win. All right, I did not take the GGC in the pre-market. I would say I should have, but I wrapped up in other stuff, and it just kept moving and moving and moving. Um, See if it has any sort of a pullback. Right now, it hasn't really pulled back that much. I mean, it just got up to about 5. Hasn't pulled back a huge amount yet against the crazy low float, 2.3 million. Look at the volume already, 8.2 million. And here is your news planning to enter TikTok's live streaming e-commerce market. So I guess for China-based companies to put TikTok in the press release is probably kind of like US-based companies putting Microsoft or something like or a company like that in their press release. So if you get affiliated with TikTok in China, you can get a pop. All right, guys, I am going to take a look now to see what's on store or on tap for our major sectors. Again, we're in for a positive open. So I clicked from our toolbar, clicked on new and then dock channel bar. Then I clicked on more. And now I'm going to click on the sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So 76% in green, that means that 76% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. So all those excuse me, ratios that you see here or percentages that you see here, well, that's what they refer to the change from the number of stocks that make up the ETF up from Friday's close. So you can see we're in for a big positive open in every sector. Now, the market had a great recovery on Friday. So let's just take a look at some of the sectors now and see where they are. Ones that were in jeopardy, especially the ones that are in jeopardy of giving up the 200-day moving average. So on my daily chart, that blue line is the 200-day moving average, and you can see that energy still above it. Retail, XRT, oops. So there's XRT, and yeah, a few days ago it broke down through the 200-day moving average, XRT. So there's one of the major still below the 200-day moving average. And Staples, I know is going to be, but let's just take a look at it. XLP, Consumer Staples. Yeah, you can see it is still below. Healthcare was another one, XLV, that was flirting. I can't remember if it was below. Yeah, see, it's just flirting with the 200 day, but it's not below. Industrials, XLI, well above. Financials, that was the other big one that was below the 200-day moving average. Now we had a rally in the market on Friday, so let's see where how that affected financials. Look at this. So again, technically, yeah, it was still below. It's right at the 200-day moving average, 3409, and 3407 is the pre-market price right now. So it's right at the 200-day moving average. But technically, it did not technically, it did close below. So that is another one, but it's so close. Depending what the market does today, it might move above the 200-day moving average. And discretionary, consumer discretionary is still well above. So B, materials, I think that was another, yeah, look at that. That's sitting right on that 200 days. So it did not quite break it. Briefly, it did on Friday. You can see that, maybe you can see that bottoming tail on the daily chart, but right there, but it closed right at the 200 day. So we have three major sectors that are below, and we have XLB, which is just flirting with it. And again, why do I talk about the 200-day moving average? Probably the most often or the one metric that is used by just about everybody, and in simplistic terms, above good, below bad. Okay. And that we're not just talking about sectors, but stocks too. All right, guys. Now, the China stocks. I did see some of the China stocks this morning. I saw LI. That AMC was not real. I mean, sometimes I'm looking at some other charting programs, but for some reason, our charting program will give you these big topping tails or sometimes big bottoming tails. We have a halt here. So what? CYBN, cheap one, halted because of news. CYBN halted because of news, very cheap one, $29 stock or 29-cent stock. And I don't know what the news is. It's not. Do I ever do plays like GNS for the upcoming spinoff? No. No, because I don't like to gamble. I have no idea what that'll do to the stock. I don't care what I read on Twitter or well, X. I can't call it X. Nonsense. Anyway, I just want to take a look at some of these China stocks. So LI is actually hanging in there. LI is hanging in there. XPAV was up also, and I think NIO probably is up. NIO, but China in general, KWEB. Let's take a look at KWEB. Yeah, so China is having a bit of a pop here, guys. The high on Thursday for KWEB, I would call this the major ETF for China. The high was 28.21, so it's close to that high on Thursday. It takes that out, then the next high is 28.45. Well, it's not going to surprise me, guys. This is not, recommendation to buy this at all. I, but it won't surprise me if this VFS it's 100. It really won't. And you're right. No shares available. Nope, still none available. Interactive brokers. So the high in the pre-market, it did get up to 90, what, 91.77, $92 in the pre-market. They could be dark pool prints. I know. I wish we could eliminate them though. GDC on the move here, guys. GDC on the move. Didn't have the. I was hoping for a slightly bigger pullback. GDC on the move though. Low float China mania. Okay, we were talking about that again. Low float China mania. Now the next high on the weekly chart is 1053. What is the next high in the daily? 538. Looks like 538. Okay, I better examine this a little more closely. So there, it looks like there are little pockets here. So 520 is a high in the weekly that I see, and 612. So maybe six is the next high on the weekly tomorrow. Tomorrow, today. I was reading your postcast about NIO tomorrow. So it looks like 610 is the next high in the weekly chart for GDC. Yeah, a lot of well, as I said, I got out of it on Friday. I got out of it just because of what well, actually now it's starting to move again a little bit. Got down to a dollar in the pre-market. We're talking about BETR. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, we oh they had earnings. I jumped the gun. I thought that message was market's going to open in a minute. Yeah, it looks like they did release earnings. Sales of 51 million with net loss of 135 million. That sounds reasonable. Now, it all depends on what was predicted. Who knows? Maybe the prediction was 25 million in sales and 200 million in losses. All right, guys, we got about a minute and a half for this open. All right, so Triple M guys, you're into these more expensive ones at Triple M, holding 105. I don't think there are really any earnings plays that I could see. I mean, I do see this IDEX as an earnings play, but it's so cheap. So it's an all-time low, though. Basically, an all-time low. IDEX is an all-time low, and it is an earnings play. There are some shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, market is going to open in 7 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week. And MCW, I just heard MCW. MCW, that's the one that had the upgrade. MCW. Overweight with a 12, what was it, $12 price target for MCW, like Piper Sandler. So there's the big daily reversal, guys. HE, big daily reversal for HE. You can see, of course, what happened on Friday. Got hammered down, but they've come back swinging, trying to defend themselves as a company. All right, guys. So a couple again, the China stocks, but it's very early, as most of you know. I don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. RPT. So another China stock, FUTU, China stock. I didn't actually check to see if no, not readily available. Question was, does IB have shorts available? Interactive brokers have shorts available for GDC? Not readily available. Yeah, that little upgrade by Piper Sandler definitely helping Mr. Car Wash MCW. Whoa, AMC guys, no shorts available right now. Again, they're playing those games at IB anyway. I don't know if they've all been snapped up. So AMC on the way down hit. Remember, This was a 1 for 10 reverse split. So this is in effect, this is a $1.16 stock. Before that, for well, yeah, the reverse split. All right. Well, NVCR is getting hit. This is on my 10-day daily breakdown also. Well, nice surge by HE guys. Nice surge as they're defending themselves as a company. HE, the next high looking left, 1420 on the daily chart. And then after that, 1725. So if it takes out 1420, obviously there is a ton of room. Affirm AFRM is having a pretty decent sell off here, guys. It had earnings, I believe, yeah, on the 24th. This is not the earnings reaction, though. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Had earnings on the after hours on the 24th, so the reaction was on Friday the 25th, and it got up to 1830 or so, but it's starting to give up quite a bit. Guys, this HE, I mean, it's now, what did I say? 17 was the next high, right? On the daily chart for HE. So where am I finding this? This is on the daily reversal. These are stocks that were down the day before and up today with, other filters in place, of course, but that's where I'm seeing the HE. And as always, I'm sharing a lot of scans, including that one. Yeah, this YMM doesn't have enough room for me. Looking left, I see the 200-day moving average, not that far above it, so it doesn't have enough room for me. Okay, we are in for well, obviously we're in for a positive open, but so far, the opening 15-minute candle is nice and green so far. We haven't had a sell-off yet. Okay, RPT guys, RPT. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1139, so it's right there. Let me back this weekly out a little bit more to see where the next high is. And the next high is 1198. So, I mean, there's room, I suppose, to 12 for RPT before it hit. Well, not I suppose. That is the next high looking left. Again, we're not saying it's going to get there, but you can take sort of chart resistance out of the equation. Okay, so this Alar, the one that had an $8 price target put on it by Alliance, some firm called Alliance. I have no float information on this one, unfortunately, for ALAR. Yeah, HE is halted on the way up. Yes, or maybe on the way down. Let's take a look. No, halted on the way up. Shoot, you know what? I wanted to look at CrowdStrike, CRWD, because it had a downgrade. I can't remember who it was. But now, yeah, it had a downgrade, CRWD. Morgan Stanley. That's right. Morgan Stanley should have been looking at this one. What if they put a price target on it? Well, they put the price target to 167 from 178, but it's at 144 now. So that's not hard to play that. Just going to say Domo, yeah, Domo showing up now on a reversal, a daily reversal. And the high, well, the only way to trigger it, it has to be above the high of the day before, which it is. 1090, $11 was the high the day before. And of course, this has got a ton of room. 1733. This was an earnings play. This was a result of earnings. Wow. I remember this one now. This was a result of earnings, guys, on Friday for Domo, DOMO. All right, let's take a look at WEAV. Where could it keep going before it hits the next high? 1114 is the next high on the daily chart, so that's obviously pretty close. If it can get through 1114, then 1210 is the next high, so it's got some room if it can get through 1114 for WEAV. That is Nanodyne or Nano something or other, and then Nano Dimension. Haven't seen this one for a while, and then DM. Genius Group, the resignation of board member. Okay, I don't know if that this is Singapore right now. This is a Singaporean stock, JNS. Well, HE just resumed, guys, and a nice pop again for HE. I mean, it's got a ton of room now. Again, 1725, next high looking left. And NVCR is a nice recovery now. All right, guys. So the RPT, what did we say? I think we said 12 was the next, 1198 is the next high looking left for RPT. Oh, I see. That was a okay, acquire the company. Thank you. I recall somebody put it, was it UCASA? So Kimco Realty announced it will acquire the company. So I'm not too interested in this then. DoorDash, guys, DASH. This is moving down. What's the volume like? Pretty good volume. 7636 is the next low looking left. Now, obviously, if it can take out 76, there's looks like a lot of room underneath for DoorDash, DASH. Are you suggesting this is the reason for the little bit of a downturn in NVDA, William, with Chinese AI firm claims they have. That's a big move. I mean, 464 down to 456. I mean, that is a big move. Yeah, there's a little bit of movement in GME. I do see that. Well, next high looking left, 1871 or so, so about a dollar away. 1862 to be exact, so a little less than a dollar away. Why? No, meme stock, no other reason. All right, guys, first 45, first 15 minutes in. So now I can Start to look a little more closely at a thing, two things. If I want to pop in anything. Well, for me, if this gets anywhere close to that 1860 mark, I'm shorting it for GME. All right, just keeping an eye on the market, guys. Overall market. So overall market is still the little red bar here, but still positive, of course, in a big way. Dow's up big, Nas is up pretty good, pretty, and Net and Spy is up. Nerdy NRDY. What is it doing right now? NRDY, the next high looking left, too close. 527 is the next high looking left, so it's too close for me. NRDY. Aha, BSX, guys. Now, where is its next high? Yeah, 53.96, 53.81. To me, there's just too much going on between the current price and 54.75. For me, there's just too much going on. Too many areas it could stall, for me anyway, for BSX. Nice pop. Certainly a nice pop today. Big float. See if there's any news on this one. Here we go. So Boston Gain says cardiac therapy hits main goal in pivotal trial. So good news. Definitely good news. Well, let's take a look at GDC. I think it is toying with the VWAP. I think 455 is the VWAP, so it's just a little bit underneath the VWAP right now. Let's see if it can take the recover and explode from there. And that's the GDC. Again, low float China stock. So can you see why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes? Remember, we've looked pretty darn good. It was up to 11.12. Look at it now. Look what it got down to, $10 on that next handle. Obviously I run the risk of having things run away on me in the first 15, but I've just seen this too many times. And this had room too. I mean, what we looked at the next high was 1250. So I mean, this had room to run if it wanted to. And look what it did. Just completely gave it up. Went negative. Shoot, there are a lot of shares too. 1 million at Interactive Brokers. You know who's starting to sink a bit here is 3M. MMM. MMM. So underneath the VWAP, guys, underneath the VWAP, VWAP is 104.94. So it's just underneath the VWAP. There's your genius, GNS, guys, GNS. 269. It's got room. 269 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. 269. This is actually an earnings play. NAT. NAT is an earnings play. HE halted now on the way down, right? HE halted on the way down now. Because all I'm really looking for now is some stock. When I look left, there's a lot of room either in the short side or the long side. So that's all I'm looking for right now. See if there's anything with a lot of room. Looking left, room meaning where is the next, if I want to go long something, where is the next high when I look left? Is it far enough away for me to take it? Now here's this VHNA, okay? SPAC. Shoot, you know what? That's why I couldn't get it. I was going to take some of this and I couldn't get it. And the reason is that it was being halted. That might be a good thing. I don't know. I was going to take some just as a, a bit of a hunch play. This got up to 17 in the pre-market. So we'll see if it was a good thing that I couldn't get it or a bad thing. This is the Hulk at 1329. No clue where it's going to open really. This is interact. This is blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Give me a moment, guys. So today it will actually be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. We're doing a switch with Chris Farley. So obviously not nowhere about 3 hours or 2 hours from now, but got a confirmation. So the trade of the week has been a little bit frothy. I mean, it got up to 43 and then right back down to 41. The trigger was 41.61. So this is one that triggered. Trade of the week that actually triggered. The last two did not. And what I mean by that is that there's a suggested entry and it never hit the suggested entry. The last two. What? I'm super surprised that there are shorts available for FFIE at Interactive Brokers because this is a reverse split today. Normally there are no shorts available the day of at IB anyway. Oh, this is super interesting. I mean, it's underneath 10. It's not quite an all-time low, but they did a 1 for 80 reverse split. So really they have about I did the math about say 1.3 million in the float now. One moment, please. Okay. Watching this FFIE, I want to see if it gets close to 10 again and then bounces off and underneath. I'm just super surprised there are shares available for me to short. I think this NVCR. Give me a moment. NVCR. It's been hanging around 20. The high was well, it actually got up to 2088. I'm going to stick on a lure around 2035, maybe 2045 for this to see if it has a big recovery today. Yeah, it's a pretty big pullback now for GDC. It's way underneath the VWAP now. 451 is the VWAP. So yeah, I mean, well, I guess we have to see if it can hold four. But even if it does hold four, it's got that VWAP to contend with. So I'm not sure this is such a okay, guys. NVCR looks like it's trying to bounce somewhat. Now I do notice. Now again, I do use pre-market data, but I think the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, you won't see it on this chart, but on this other chart, you can see that blue line. I believe is the oh, I'm sorry, I am wrong. That's the VWAP. All right. Well, NVCR did not continue, guys. So Yeah, on my daily reversal, I may have to up the price range or something because this is a daily reversal, HUYA, but I mean, to me, it's just got too much resistance, not that far away. 281 is the next high. That was good old Dusty. Oh yeah, that was way back. Whoa. ASO, where is the next low looking left? Maybe far enough away. ASO breaking down through the whole number, 49. This had earnings actually it has earnings coming up on the 31st. That was Kara. Kara was the best little doper. All right, guys, this has just got halted. I see. Okay, it doesn't matter. So this is I don't know what it is. ICCT. I don't know what this is. Start trading today as ICCT. Some kind of a merger. Was it? Is this a SPAC? Or was it CASA? It was one of those. No, I think it was CASA. I think it was Kara. Long time ago. No, I see. I didn't even notice this. So this actually resumed, popped up to 14, came right back down, VHNA. Yeah, I mean, this could be interesting, yeah, as it gets closer to whenever the merger is in effect, whenever it starts trading as a new symbol sometime in September. That'll be for the VHNA, and the new symbol will be RDZN. RDZN. Okay, guys, I'm just sort of watching Triple M sitting just underneath the whole number 104. I'm watching NVCR just sitting underneath 20. All right, so actually things have slowed down quite a bit here for me. I'm not getting too many new alerts. I am watching the RPT. Oh, no, I'm not. I shouldn't be watching it. I forgot this is a buyout by Kimco, KIM. Okay, NVCR is maybe doing its thing here. This could be a tremendous bounce. Okay, guys, there's NVCR. This looks like a pretty interesting bounce. Ah, I missed it. I missed the bounce on it. I was trying to get it in the 30s and it just popped up to the 63, 67 mark. Well, FFIE. Whoa. FFIE guys is just really tanking here. Ah, NVCR. Wow. Nice, 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 nice bounce. All the way up to 21. So if you took it, just be aware 21 could be a block. Triple M is just really fading here, guys. Triple M really fading here. Still up 4% on the news that they may or may their 5 billion, $5.5 billion settlement may be accepted. And on that news, this is good news, I guess, for the company. Boy, FFIE guys continues down. FFIE reverse split today. So I think some of you were long GME, right? Some of you were long GME, so I won't go against it, but 1777 is the VWAP. So that's where I'm going to stick a price alert. You guys would probably be out of the trade if it got down there. Remember, RPT is sort of a buyout, Zen. Okay, so they're being bought by Kimco Realty. Okay, just so you know. Well, that would have been a nice quick trade for NVCR, but it certainly did not really bounce that much. So I'm not going to beat myself up too much. But NVCR right back down to 20 and underneath 20 again. This is a real frothy one. AKBA, AKBA. Let's see. This is on the move. Big float, 164 million in the float. Next high looking left looks like it's right there. 137. If I can get through that, 133, 154. So if I can get through 137, the next high is 154. It's a big float though, 164 million in the float. If there's any news. Wainwright upgrades the potential Veda Dustat. Vada Dustat. See if they put a price target on it. Price target to 375 from $2. Okay. That's Wainwright. Hey, so watching GME guys, hanging around 18. I have a 1777. Lot, again, you guys are along. I just want to tell you that if it gets down to that VWAP area, I might be interested in the short. So, hmm. Well, I'm not short. I'm not short. I'm just waiting for a trigger on the GME short, which would be around the VWAP. So I'm not short yet. All right. Well, Beep. What happened with Beep? Nothing. Okay. So GDC is actually approaching the VWAP. I think it's got a ways to go. GDC, yes, you're right. It looked like that four did hold it, but there's the VWAP 446. So it's got to contend with the VWAP. If it gets through the VWAP, obviously the high way up here is 537. It's got lots of room. Then again, stock nearly doubles after plans announced to enter TikTok's live streaming e-commerce market. I mean, this could be a multi-dayer with that sort of news, with that float, 2.3 million in the float. Look at the volume, 23 million. Basically traded the float 10 times. So Kim is the one who's acquiring RPT. Interesting that it's moving higher. That's not typical. Usually the acquiring firm gets hit a little bit hard. Next high looking left is 1918 and then 1937. That is for Kim. All right, guys. Well, anybody still long GME? I'm not going to short against you. So just if you're long GME, I will not short against you. It hasn't hit the VWAP yet, but it's getting close, 1780. Keep an eye on this lunar, guys. This had a great day on Friday. It hit 379. It got all the way up to 485. I remember watching this as it kept moving higher and higher and higher and higher. This is LUNR. And now let's take a look if it can get through 505, 530. So might be great if it can get through 530 in a big way because look at the next high, almost 6. And that is LUNR. Okay, well, the BV's got a little bit of room, to 930. 932 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I'd rather it had more room though. My idea would be, if the next high was like 950, 960 or so. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything really that is getting me too excited to trade. Starting to get some topping tails and some bottoming tails on the SPY, a little bit of chop action. Let's take a look at Z-Lab. Well, I don't know. I mean, if it takes that 23 somehow, I think I saw BNOX in the pre-market. Yeah, there we go. 10-day daily breakout, BNOX. Would have been a good one. Yeah, I missed it. Well, it would have been a good one for a very quick trade. There was your alert, 229, and it got up to what, 256, but it pulled right back down. So as we speak, no continuation as we speak for BNOX, BNOX, Australian stock. I mean, you can kind of see where it got to. The next high looking left on the daily chart, 250, and I got to 256, and that's where it stalled. So, okay, I'm sorry, I just seen your question now. Yes, there is a way. So watch me. So let's just say I wanted to delete all these ones at once. Just go and highlight them. Okay, so just left click on the top one, left click, and then drag, left click it. Come on, left click and then drag down. Okay, and once you do that, right click and delete 11 selected price alerts. Okay, while holding down the left click. Exactly. Hold down the left click on your mouse, highlight what you want. Usually it'll be in a row. And there's a way to do it if you just wanted to, do this one and this one and this one. Probably using the control. Let me just see control. Yeah, I think if you keep your finger on the control key, maybe not. Well, yeah, it looks like that works, but most of the time it's going to be because a lot have triggered and you want to get rid of all the ones that are triggered. Okay. Yeah, look at the GDC guys. I mean, it kind of got rejected at the VWAP. GDC kind of got rejected at the VWAP. Okay, mentioned Lunar. I did mention Lunar, LUNR. Has a little bit of room. 530. I mean, not a ton of room, but a little bit of room from 511 to 530. Looking left on the daily. Yeah, nice trade of the week so far. 41.61. I mean, it was a little choppy. If I don't know where. No, I probably would not have got stopped out. Trade of the week is CVNA, first one that's triggered in 3 weeks. We've got something here now. I mean, the next high looking left is 40, almost 48. So you have about $3 until the next high on the daily chart for CVNA. Yeah, look at the market. Okay, now we're talking. We got a 2 bar pullback and then a green candle forming. Time is it right now? 10:26. Yeah. This has got another 3 minutes and 15 seconds to close. Don't find your candid comment. No, no. Yeah, Jamie did not hit the VWAP. Did not hit the VWAP. So you guys, yeah, I mean, you guys, it is just now nice bottoming tail for you if you're long. You know, sellers tried. I wasn't one of them. I'm waiting for the VWAP break if it happens. IDEX, guys, IDEX is an earnings play, and it is almost an all-time low. Where would the all-time low be? Looks like 295. Looks like the all-time low for IDEX, and it is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume. I mean, the relative volume is good, three times, but absolute volume only 253,000. So lots of shorts. Well, not a lot, but 37,000 interactive brokers available to short. But I just don't like that. Yeah, the absolute volume. I was looking to short Triple M, but it's just not doing anything. Well, not much happening for me on my end, guys, with my scans. Not too much happening. Take a look at VERX. It just it's ticking me off every time I look left. I mean, maybe there's room. I mean, 2265 VERX. The next high looking left is 2310. So it's got what that's say 35 cents to the whole number. I give, a little bit of a trade, and that is the VERX. Having a pretty big day here, but not a lot of volume. 150,000 shares, four times normal, just not a lot of absolute volume. What's the spread like? Spread is actually not bad, 2263, 2266. I just don't want to force a trade just out of boredom. I'm not going to trade out of boredom. Just give me a moment, please, guys. All right, guys. I mean, the NVCR, it's been erratic, but it's popping back up again. NVCR. I wish William would say, you know what? This has a book value of $89, and it's sitting at NVC, and it's sitting at 2053. It's just been pretty darn erratic, though. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Well, use another metric. Whatever. I just threw a book value. Just use another metric. Depends on your broker. Then there, right as we speak, for me at Interactive Brokers, there are no shorts available. All depends on your broker, though, in terms of AMC. Well, guys, I'm just not seeing. How's this pro doing? PRO. Yeah, I saw this one again. Look left. There's just not enough room for it to keep going till it hits that next high. So I will not take it. Let's take a look at INOQ. Haven't seen that one for a while. That was insanely active stock for weeks. IONQ. Okay, well, at least it's got some room. Okay, the next high, I think that was Friday's high. It's at 1534, so it's a little bit above that. And then the next high is up here at 1642. So it has some room at least. Okay, as a dollar. Not saying it's going to get there, but at least when you look at it, now at this point, you're kind of chasing it. The other thing is, I mean, it's not trading abnormally at all. 0.77. So, it's not trading abnormally at all in terms of volume anyway. What's amazing how some of these high flyers have just sort of settled down and now they're doing nothing. The ones I'm looking at anyway. Now, guys, again, super, super risky, but VFS is kind of doing its thing right now. So ABCM is being bought out for $24. Okay, so it is trying to have a bit of a move here. Now, again, if you're listening to me and thinking, well, why don't you just buy it because it's going to 24? Well, instead of my trying to paraphrase it, ABCM is sliding below the deal price. Here's why. Well, they didn't quite say here's why, but I guess there are some who think it's under. It shouldn't be acquired for as cheap as it is. All right, guys, I'm getting a little more interested in the NVCR. I mean, the NVCR hit and they're up here, it's 2079. If it takes that out, I mean, it's obviously got room. It's been hammered down because of less than stellar results, obviously, from their drug. All right, well, now Triple M is starting to give it up a little bit more. It's challenging 103. Okay, guys, it is now 10:39, so you know what's coming next. I gotta go over what you can find on my homepage. Okay, guys, NVCR. I mean, if it takes out that high of the day, it could get rocking. I think is 82, 2082 or so. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month. If you want an annual, I can give you a better promo code for 25% off. All you have to do is let me know in the room and I'll let you know how you can do it. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, down to introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. This is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve like any other software program. So please do this first. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. If you are brand new to trading or looking for a bit of a refresher or a different take, Trading 101, Michael Noss put this on. Now, Michael will actually be in our YouTube room in today. He's switching the places with Chris. So he'll be in our YouTube room today. Stock of the day video that I do. It is free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, which is a good one this week. The last two did not trigger. They weren't bad. They just didn't trigger. When you get the email, you'll see that there's a trigger price, a suggested entry. And again, the last 2 weeks, it never hit the suggested entry. This week, so absolutely did. CVNA, Carvana. I think the suggested entry was 41.61. So well above that now. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Okay. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, Please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section, click here. I have a big education section. If I can find it again. Here we go. We have a great user guide at the very beginning. Again, that getting started. So if you want a lot more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is, I would also really take a look at price alerts. I use them all the time. I could not really trade without price alerts. I mean, I could, but I wouldn't want to. Very simple to do on our charts. I'll demonstrate in a bit. Getting started series again. So as I mentioned before, daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. And today, usually it's Chris Varley, but Michael Noss will be doing it today. I guess Chris will do it tomorrow. Okay, so before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Michael. If you're looking for my scans, when you click on my homepage link, here's how you find them. Okay, so you'll be at the top. When you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top. Just scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. Click here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing currently. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down just to kind of set the tone for the stocks that might, once the market opens, be the ones to follow. Halts resumes. You see right over here, the halts resumes. Momo is here. There's the Momo, but I also have the dock momentum up and down, which I used to display. But right now I'm displaying the momentum, the pure momentum scan. And let's see, the 10-day daily breakouts and down. This is what it looks like. Okay. I've broken them up individually. This is sort of in a what we call a dock channel. You can have them all at once. But what I've done is I've broken them up individually because some people, number one, maybe not want to short. Maybe they don't want the don't repeat. That's what the DR stands for. So it's up to you. Just pick the ones you want. And then the abnormal option activity is right up here. Abnormal option activity is right there. Single stock window. Now the single stock window is totally customizable. This is what I like to see. All these are filters that we have. But this is what I like to see, but it's totally customizable. So as always, this is all I ask. I don't ask too much, guys, but this is all I ask. If you decide you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. You can save my homepage link. And then when you do want to take out a subscription, just use that promo code. Why? Well, the room is free, and let's keep it that way, okay? And the way we do it is when you take out a subscription using my promo code, the room gets credit. Company looks at that, goes, okay, we'll keep it free. So all I ask is that when you do take out a subscription, if you take one out, just use my promo code. You can save my homepage link. One of the other reasons to save my homepage link is you can take a look at the scan section anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time, and also the big education section. Now, if you take my scans, you take a look at them, say the momentum scan as an example. So if you load it, just right click, configure, and click on summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. Okay. So there are lots of screening software out there. Okay. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. But what we're great at are real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, this is the screening aspect. The stock is between $1 and $100. The current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one, you can see the last one was at 1024 with Lunar, LUNR. The price was 516. Since then, no other stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. It's that simple. Now, if you like my scan the way it is, okay, you can have it, of course. But if you wanted to make a change, maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe it's too broad for you. Maybe you want it between 10 and 50 or 1 and 10. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe if you get used to using trade ideas, you see a filter that you might like. Maybe you want to add it in, take one out you don't like. Up to you. Okay. And of course, if you do want to build your own scans, you can. So if I right click on this alert window, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. And you can see here, these are all of the real time alerts we have, the two most popular ones, the new high of the day, new low of the day, excuse me. But we have a lot of real time alerts. Do not get hung up on how many we have. And if I scroll down, we see these icons. These are the filters, the screening aspect of trade ideas. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough alerts, different real-time alerts, and a lot of the different screeners so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So do not get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. Very common question we get. How can I possibly learn your program with all those alerts and filters? Well, again, the good news is you don't have to. And of course, as I always say, before you start to trade with a live account, practice trading. Now, you have to be using our downloadable application to have access to this Brokers Plus window. That's what we call this blue window that we call Brokers Plus. All you need is our standard service, and then you can be practicing trading using our Brokers Plus window. It uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. You want it, and I cannot emphasize enough, practice trading before you commit money to the market. I know the excitement of maybe funding your account for the first time, and you want to just start to trade immediately. Don't do it. What you're seeing here, these are some alerts that I was demonstrating how you can use this, and these are some of the ones that I took earlier, some a couple of weeks ago. So if you want to use Brokers Plus to practice swing trading, you can, as long if you don't get out of the trade by the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. Just don't get out of the trade. Simple to get out of a trade. You just if you have a list of trades, just highlight what you want to get out of, and I'll get out of this one. Well, I actually look at this. The guess I had a stop, and it took me out of the trade as an example. But if I wanted to get out of EQ and R right now, I could just hit the flatten. I'll do it. I'll just get out of it. I've been holding this for a couple of weeks, it seems. So total P&L. So made $320 on that. This is in the simulator. The DOCN, there was the entry to short 29.43, 28.63 right now. I'll get out of this also. Flatten that. Whoa, now 3M is now 3M. Tony, Tony. First of all, this is a general statement, everybody, okay? When you're in this trading room, I'm here to answer questions. Yes, I trade, and if I'm in a trade that requires, my 100% concentration, I will let you know. But don't be afraid to ask questions. There are no dumb questions, okay? Unless you ask the same question in a row 100 times, maybe you'll strain my patience, but seriously, there are no dumb questions. So Tony, don't be ashamed to ask what price alerts are and what they're good for. So price alerts look like this. So we have a price alerts window. If you click on new and then price alerts window, okay? Now, if you've never put a set a price alert, then it'll be completely blank. To set a price alert is super simple. Let's just say I wanted to, well, like on the GME, I'll demonstrate it again. With the GME, I've been waiting. Okay, I've been waiting to see whether or not it takes out the VWAP right there, 1785. So all I do is I just go down and I put a price alert. I'll put a price alert at 1783. All I'm doing is I'm moving my mouse pointer and there's a dotted line that'll appear. And if I can eyeball it well enough, then get to the price I want, 1785. Then I just right click and create the price alert. And typically, now, if it wasn't right at the price I want, I can of course change it, but it's right at 1785. And if I want, I can put a note in, but typically on an intraday trade, I don't care. But if you want, breaking VWAP or something or at the VWAP, you can do that. Otherwise, you just save it. Now it's done. Now I don't have to follow GME anymore. All I have to do is wait to see if it happens. It may not happen, but now I don't have. But if GME hits that VWAP, I'll know about it. Doesn't mean I'll absolutely take the trade right away, but at least I'll know about it and now I'll make up my mind. Okay, do I want to trade it now? So I don't have to, follow it in terms of keeping an eye on it on a chart. I just let the price alerts. And you can set the price alert, I mean, anywhere you want, just as PJ is saying, maybe a high of the day break. You hear me talk quite a bit about, especially the high flyers, some of these low float high flyers. And let's say not so much the VFS. I mean, that's pretty expensive, but some of the ones that I don't know, maybe in the mid-teens and they hit 15 and then all of a sudden they drop back down to 12 and they sit there for a while. Okay, so here's the GME right at the VWAP. Now I'll make up my mind. Do I want, I mean, it has to break the VWAP a lot more for me to want to short it, but now at least I know about it. Okay. Whereas before, what am I supposed to do? Stare at it? Like devote my entire concentration just to stare at a screen to see if it hits a certain price I want? No. So use the price alerts. Oh, it's super handy. I mean, honestly, I don't want to be too dramatic, but I mean, of course, could I trade without it? Well, why would I want to? So you can start to see stocks that you're interested in. Especially, I think it's really good for people who like to play pullbacks. Once again, it requires some chart reading experience, but I mean, you might look at a stock and say, well, you know what, I don't want to chase it right now, but if it came back to a certain level, maybe a VWAP, maybe a moving average that you like, so you put a price alert in that area. Because remember, the VWAP, that number, and so will the moving average, that will change over the course of the day. Usually not so dramatically, though. So you can put a price alert in that area and then just forget about it. And if it happens, if it triggers, great. If it doesn't, well, you just kind of move on. A lot of people, in the when you're looking in the pre-market, if you have my pre-market actives up and down, some might say, you know what, if this stock takes out the pre-market high, I want to know about it. So you just put a price alert at the pre-market high and just forget about it. Maybe later on in the day it happens. Yeah, so you mentioned GDC. So there's the View app at 441. Okay. So what happens is, I had already set my price alert, and if you can see this, it's a blue line, and if it gets up to that to wherever I set it, I think it's 445 or something like that, then that line will turn green. Okay, but the beautiful thing is this. Let me just show you. Put a price alert for GME. I want to straddle it. Just want to show you. Too bad. See this? Well, I just want to show you what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna put another price alert for GME. Just give me a moment. It would be right there. Just give me a moment. I just want to demonstrate. Okay, I'm doing this wrong or something. What the heck am I doing wrong? Just give me a moment, guys. Okay. Let's see if this triggers. So what I did was I put a price alert for GME at 1787. So here's how you use the price alerts window. I don't have it up and running. Okay. What I do is I minimize it. And when the price alert happens, it'll pop up on your screen so you can't miss it. So you don't have to, it doesn't have to take up any screen space at all. Okay. And so again, you just minimize it. I sort on the triggered time column. So I'll always see the last one right at the top. And I can even put a sound alert on this window. And I do it because I have a wireless headset. So sometimes I wander away from my computer. And so when I know what the sound alert is for this one. So that's the beautiful beauty of it. You just minimize it. And then if it happens, it'll pop up on your screen. Well, yep, same thing. You just right click, actions. So do you know how, okay, first of all, do you know how to set up a sound alert in an alert window, Brooke? Okay, so it's the same thing. So just do this, right click, actions and just follow it. So when there's a new alert, you'll just put the alert in here with sent, and so when you hear the alert that you've used, you'll know to look at your AI window. And speaking about NVCR, I'm just going to forget about it for maybe for the rest of the day. It just wants to hang around 20. But guess what I'll do? If NVCR at some point during the day gets to the high of the day, which is about 21, I'm going to put an alert there and see if it takes it out later on in the day because that could get it rolling. But right now, I mean, it's not doing anything, so I'm just going to forget about it. See what happened? Okay, guys, you see that? GDC popped up on my screen right at the top here. I have a sound alert on it for me. You can't hear it, of course. But look what happened. So just because we got the sound alert doesn't mean, all right, I'm going to take the trade immediately. Uh, but unless I get the sound alert, I don't know to look at it. Now I can make up my mind. But this is pretty oh yeah, boy. I mean it got the sound alert and or hit the price and then it came right back down. So what I typically do in a situation like that is just reset it, and just put it again and see if it takes it out a second time. Yeah, when I'm in a trade, yes, Leanne, yes. All right, guys. Well, I'm sort of interested in the triple M. It is now underneath 103. Let's see if this there's any movement down here. I mean, obviously it's got room. I mean, the next low looking left. Wait, I'm not suggesting it's going to get there, but the low in the pre-market looks like it was about 102.51. But what I'm seeing now, I've got a bunch of thumbnail charts. I'm just not seeing a ton of movement right now on a lot of the things that I was, looking at earlier. All right, let's take a look at ENOV. ENOV. Let's see what it is doing. If there's doing. All right. Well, at least it's got some room, a little bit of room. Remember, it's a $55 stock. So, I mean, the next low is about 54, 55. I mean, it just, I wish it had more room. Again, when I say more room to move down until it hits the next, in this case, the next low looking left. All right. So I do see this as an AI alert. Rely. It's got a little bit of room. It's a short 24.32. So it's got about a dollar to the next low. Hey, there's the GME back down again. See how it popped up on my screen? But you see, it's just hanging at the VWAP, 1786. It's just hanging at the VWAP. Not a big break yet. It's just, is the VWAP going to hold it? Rhetorical question. All right, guys, 11:09. Man, tedious for me. It's very tedious right now. But you never know. In the afternoon, things can really turn around. Maybe some of the ones that are kind of sleeping now will catch fire. Okay, at least here's a new one. OPFI, OPFI, OPFI. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know this is a broken record, but when I look left, I just don't see enough room. If you head over to YouTube between 12 and 1 while Michael Noss is there, I mean, you'll hear him keep talking about you must have a trading plan. Okay. You just can't say, I think this looks good without any real reason behind it. You have to have some kind of a trading plan developed, and you can sort of hear me over and over and over again. Part of my trading plan is to look left and see if a stock's got still some room to run before it hits the next high or the next low, depending on the direction I want to take the trade. That's a huge part of my trading plan, and that just keeps me out of many trades. I can be highly selective, and that doesn't have to be your trading plan, though. It's just a matter, but you have to have some kind of a trading plan. Can you not see my screen, Rob? It's showing right here in the momentum scan. Maybe you can't see my screen. Front and center, OPFI in the momentum scan. All right, now this weave just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, This is interesting, maybe. Okay, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, the next low looking left is 930. Now, if it can crack 930, the next low is 789. But remember, the only issue is, I mean, this was popping higher and higher right on the, was that the 930 candle? Yeah, the nut. So the opening candle, this got up to $11 and then it just absolutely sold off. So my point on this is that, will there be some bottom fishers thinking, okay, maybe this is the bottom because look what happened earlier. William, you still in the he? No, that took out the VWAP in a big way. I think you were waiting for the VWAP, weren't you? Or getting up to it. Highly, highly emotional stock, guys. HE. Triple M is, it's just inching its way down, guys. I mean, so when it's got a ton of room, obviously, a ton of room when you look left. Had a big, big pop up because of the news. BZUN, this is an earnings play, a real cheap one. Take a look at looking left, 414. Well, guess what? I'm sure you meant ICCT, not ICCY. I'm pretty sure. Where's the T and the Y in the keyboard? Yep, right beside it. Guys, give me a moment. All right, this just showed up on the daily reversal scan, and that is Weibo, WB, and this one has some room. Okay, it does have some room. Now, with a daily reversal scan, you would want the market to at least be in your favor or not going completely against you. Now, look what's happened. We've had 45 minutes of down. So, for me, and I know I put all these rules on myself, but I mean that's my plan. I mean, if you're going to play a daily reversal, you probably want the market not to be doing this. It doesn't have to be ripping higher, but at least, being somewhat neutral, because there was a reason why Weibo was down on Friday. Sure, it's trying to recover today, but how much more if the market's going to do this? Calling it a day already, Zen. Okay. Have a great rest of the day. Lucky you. Oh, Triple M. I really had hopes for that one. I don't know. Yeah, it's back over to 103 again. So I'm just going to forget about that one. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Okay, guys. So what time is it? 11:21. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I am watching this VFS to see if it gets back over 90. I have a bit of a plan if I'm going to trade it, but it's got to be over 90. Okay, guys, at this point, I will not be talking too much because I'm trying to figure out a way on this VFS. And the NVCR just hanging around 20, not doing much, just hanging around 20. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to forget about this one for a while, the VFS. I'm just kind of waiting to see if it can really regain 90. I have a price alert set in an area. Well, this has been a sort of an ugly one in terms of the halts and resumes for, or am I right? What's happened here? Did it resume resumed 130, then it fell immediately? ICCT? All right, guys. Honestly, I'm just not seeing too much. The GDC, a glimmer of hope when it took out the VWAP, but it was so quick that it did, and then it came right back down. It's a huge float also, ICCT. So this started trading as ICCT today, right? I don't see any trades in the pre-market, but so it started trading as ICCT in the right now, today. Yeah, the only one that isn't is the VFS in terms of a post-merger SPAC. That's making up for all of them. Comment was SPACs are getting crushed post-merger at the moment, except for VFS. I mean, look at GME. I mean, it just doesn't want to give up the VWAP. It's just sitting right on the VWAP. All right, performance shipping right at the 200-day moving average, which is 181. So it's right there. If it took it out, if it did, 292. So it's got some room. It actually has some room. 292, a dollar. The issue right now, though, is can it take out the VWAP? Or will the VWAP stall it? Okay. In a day like today, I would probably just pack it in and maybe take a look around, I don't know, 1:30 or 2 Eastern time, of course, and see if anything is happening. Well, Weave is continuing down. WEAV is continuing down. 934 is the next low looking left. If we can get through that, then 854. So I mean, if it can get through that 934. I mean, the PSHG has got some hope. So, a bit of a change, a bit of a chase, but at least now it's one of the few ones that I've seen that's got a lot of room when you look left on a percentage basis. That's through the 200-day, but it's got a lot of room when you look left on a percentage basis. 292. I mean, that is over a dollar when you look left. And the volume is still pretty strong for PSHG. It is close to the whole number, but the volume is pretty strong. See if there's any news on this one. So this is not today. This was on the 25th. Okay, so that was on Friday. Maxim Group initiated coverage with a buy and a target of 4. So, obviously it's got room to run if we believe that Maxim's got some clout. Yeah, look at Carvana. I mean, Carvana, it's been a bit choppy, but at least it's, held the VWAP. There's the VWAP at 4360. So, got into the VWAP area a couple of times, but just one moment, please. I'm continuing to watch this PSHG. The longer it holds that the 200-day moving average. ETNB, David. Let's take a look at David Bernier in our YouTube room. Okay, but ETNB. Let's take a look at ETNB. Ooh, well, definitely a nice drop. If that's what you're talking about, nice drop. Next low looking left is 1625. So there is about $1 to the next low looking left. Okay, BZUN is an earnings play. It is an earnings play, but I don't think there was a lot of room when I looked. Okay, guys, so maybe the PSHG, maybe if it's got to get going, holding the 200-day very well. Oh, shoot, goods. I must have mentioned VWAP 1,000 times in your honor. Okay, I still do have my eyes on that VFS. The best thing I can say about it is the trend is up. That's about the best. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. Best I can say about it is, again, the trend is up. Okay, guys, 11:39. So in about 20 minutes, Michael Noss, yes, you heard me right. Michael will be taking over from me in our YouTube room. He has switched with Chris Varley, so it'll be Michael today between 12 and 1. And he may mention the idea that, yes, PSHG, and maybe now, guys, he has talked about a trading plan, or he will probably mention maybe, I don't know, 10 or 20 times the importance of having a trading plan. A lot of volume coming into PSHG, in fact. In fact, the biggest volume bar of the day is the current 15-minute one. Well, no trading plan equals no making money. I was talking to David in our YouTube room. This is definitely intriguing. I mean, look at the volume coming in for the PSHG. I don't see any news. Well, okay, except on the Friday, where the Maxim Group put a target of $4 on them. Didn't really affect it much on Friday, but maybe this is a big delayed reaction. All right, guys. Well, actually, GME is starting to inch its way down now. GME is starting to inch its way down. Hmm. My issue is, unfortunately, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I don't necessarily want to initiate any trade right now, especially one that, but that's getting way interesting now. The GME underneath the VWAP and inching its way down. And then the PSHG, big sell-off. All right, guys. So NVCR hanging around 20, GDC hanging around 4, GME underneath the 200, underneath the VWAP. Okay, guys, in about 15 minutes, Michael will be taking over from me. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in now in case I forget. He's not there yet, of course, but you can head over to YouTube and listen to Michael in about 15 minutes in YouTube. Are you talking about PSHG? Okay. Well, it has come back. Big topping tail. But yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll pop right back up. I don't know tip ranks. I mean, I do know tip rank. I mean, I know the website, but Maxim is the group that said we're putting a $4 price target on it. Well, as I said earlier, no, HE is a hugely emotional stock right now. Obviously, with what's happened, they came out this morning with a big press release. Basically, I'm not saying they're denying everything, but well, yeah, they're basically denying it. Powerline's not responsible. So they're denying it. Now, whether that's going to hold any weight going down the road, is another issue, but they're denying it. You are right about HE. HE just passed through the VWAP, I think. 1347. Yeah, 1347. So it's playing around the VWAP area. We'll put Well, let me take a look at this ICCT. You guys been talking about it incessantly. ICCT and what? So what do these guys do? ICCT. I can't. We have no information on them yet. Health Information Services. Okay, thank you. I any idea of the float? I know it's hard. Well, it says 146 million. Is that right? That's a big float. All right. I think CVNA now is challenging the VWAP. Maybe CVNA. Ah, okay. There's your ICCT. I see a nice little pop for it. All right. What's the high here? Around $1.40. Hmm. But you're right. It's sort of like the one from Friday. Not quite as dramatic. The one from Friday, of course, was huge in the pre-market, up and around the 20s, and it dropped to one. Yeah, better. Thank you. BETR. Yeah, so it's a little bit like it, not quite as dramatic. Aha, the trend might be broken now for the VFS. I'm just looking big green or big red candle now. Trend might be broken. Well, I mentioned this one earlier, the Weibo, the WB, and I was saying, maybe hard to commit to some of these bounce type plays. This is a reversal play, not a bounce so much, but it's a reversal play when the market is moving against you. But this one is, it's sneaky. It's been sneaky. 1336 was the high on Friday. And again, if the market, even if it doesn't, like, even if it just remained neutral for a bit, this has a chance. I mean, the next high looking left is almost $1 away, and that is for the WB. All right, guys. Michael sometimes shows up a little early. So what I'm going to do is just put on the announcement right here on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Oh man, there's that PSHG right back up. I mean, it's all about the float too. I mean, 8.9 million in the float. I mean, that is what's giving it its well, first of all, the reason it can be up 21%, but it also contributes to the volatility, of something like this. All right, ICCT. I think I actually put a price alert around $1.40, just in case. Now, of course, this cannot be right. This cannot be up 594%. Well, good for you guys, though. I know some of you are in a lot. Well, in fact, it's through the View app too, isn't it? 123 ICCT. Oh, nice. 105. I recall you talking about it earlier. That's excellent then. That's a huge move. 30% move, 40% move. Michael Noss. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room. I did put the YouTube link in. I'll put myself on mute in the main room now. And holy smokes, Michael, ICCT.
ICCT. Oh yeah, this was lighting up this heat map thing. I got to get my words together.
Just give me a moment.
Yep.
Come on. You know, our charts probably aren't bad, web-based version, but they're still on the download. They're still not great, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know they're
And
working on
I'm
that.
sure the company doesn't care now because everything is being devoted to the web-based version. So I get it, but
Oh no, now it's the other way around, right? So now that the web version is out, they're gonna have more resources to go back to the download version and start to play with that, right?
okay.
So there'll be more of that. But yeah, I don't know, like I don't know if you're seeing my stream, but just like instant on the
Oh yeah, I went. Well, it's funny
on the
because
web.
I actually was using our web-based version earlier just to see. Yeah, it's instant,
Yeah.
absolutely instant.
And now I don't know. So I think just I don't know, this is nerd talk for most, but the difference is none of this is happening on my computer, right? So
Yeah.
so what's happening is in some way the downloaded version is taxing computers because we know you got a good one, is taxing the computers really really hard, right? And it basically means that the issue is not in the charts, so to say. The issue is in the download it, like the way the TI Pro is interacting with the computer kind of thing, right? So
Right.
it
Right.
doesn't help you right now, but it may help when they come to diagnose it. But I just had a big chat with a bunch of developers, and yeah, they're like, we have time now to kind of look and focus on things, which will be good.
All right. Cool. Cool. Okay, Michael, I will let you take over, and
Okay.
we'll see you in about an hour.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What we do here, it's usually Chris who's here Monday morning, but he was nice enough to switch with me. I got a little webinar I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, so we open up the room to live Q&A. So I will be here for the next hour, chatting about the markets, chatting about trading in general, and whatever it is that you guys need in order to help you out in your kind of trading journey. So feel free to ask any questions you may have, right? That's kind of the goal, is we're trying to get everyone up to speed. So what I'm going to show, and we're going to see, I may switch back and forth between the two versions today, is our new web version. So you go to tradeIdeas.com, trade-ideas.com, and then you click on the Market Scope 360. Actually, let's just do that. So you go to the website here. You can either click on the text right here, or you can click on the Market Scope web version right up here, and click on that, and you're in here. So if you already have an account with us, you can go and get live data. If you don't have an account and you just want to play around, you can sign up for a free account and you can get delayed data on this. But of course, as soon as the data goes live, right, we have to start paying our data vendors and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I am, as a Mac guy and as someone who is mobile as much as I can be, right? I don't like to sit too much behind behind a million screens. I'm loving this because it's streaming at all times. It's showing me a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. I can just kind of click through it and I can see which of these I like. We have top lists here. We're going to be expanding all this out eventually, but I can go through and I can look and say, okay, well, what's doing the best here? Where should I focus my attention? Uranium looks kind of good here, and FXI, which is China, is looking good as well. There's actually a funny, because of course it is, but there was I think it was New Yorker, or was it, let me see. I know it's on JC's. No, it's The Economist. Like, you can't Where are we here? You can't make this stuff up. Go here, that. Yeah, so the Economist put yesterday or today, right? This Z's failing model, and he's got a President Z riding a snail instead of a dragon. And if you know anything about using cover stories, is quite often that could mean that we are at the bottom of China here. So I have FXI that I'm watching really, really closely over the next bit, see if it holds this kind of low. If we can get maybe a push to 30, that'd be great. Through 30 might be the move to go, right? These, like I remember it was, latest one was UUP for the dollar. The dollar had, if we go here, like during the height right here of the dollar, there was all these economist posters of, it was, I don't know, one of the presidents, the one that's on the dollar. I can never remember. I'm Canadian. Like looking all buff and like flexing and all this stuff, saying, "Oh, you can't stop the dollar," and then away we go, right? So, all right, let's see what we have for questions. Did you make any trades in GNS? No, I don't like to trade junky little, down going to zero kind of names like this. I'm probably for Barry, right? It's not really my gig. It's trading these low float guys. What's my opinion on the SPY? So yeah, that moving average stuff, I don't care about. I'm not a moving average guy. I've done a lot of testing. There is no kind of advantage to moving averages. But the way I'm looking at the markets right here is that we have the high of this candle right here, which is Thursday's candle, and then we have the low of Friday's candle. So this was a big gap up and a massive sell, and then we had a little bit of a sell off and then a rally. So there was a lot of fake outs in both directions on these candles. So as long as we're smack dab in the middle of that, I'm not doing too much, right? There's just nothing for me to really to do or to focus on as long as we're kind of stuck in this range from a swing trading point of view. And even from a day trading point of view, unless you're trading, low float runners or things like that, you may just want to go, okay, it's, we're inside an environment. Maybe things aren't going to run forever. Maybe it's time to just take profits. Right? Understand what environment you're in, right? The odds of, until we get over that high, the odds of the market just absolutely rocketing are going to be lower than normal, right? So HE is actually something I'm watching here. You got to be careful with this stuff, but on the short side, if it can't get and hold over 14, this looks a lot like I did this one bounce to suck in a lot of people and then kind of tank. But yeah, for the overall markets, as long as we're stuck, and it's the same with a lot of them, right? If you go to the Qs, right, we're still stuck within. This was the gap up because of Nvidia, and then Nvidia crashed, and then we had the push yesterday. That was Jackson Hole stuff, and then we rallied. Just really, really choppy action. And I got hit a little bit on this day looking for some continued shorts, and I think I wasn't alone on that one. So while we're in a middle of a range like this, I just, the beauty of swing trading is you always have to think of what is the advantage of your trading style. Right? Swing trading, the advantage is that we are not limited by time. If we're in a good trade, we can really swing for the fence on that good trade and just let her go, right? With the market range bound like this, it's the fact that time is on my side to me means it's time to just wait, right? Let's wait for if the lows clear here, we're probably not going to hold this low, I wouldn't imagine. So if we kind of close below, let's call it like 358-ish on the Qs, probably going lower. If we can close above 372 on the Qs, we're probably going higher, but we could spend days or more inside of this range before things really get resolved, which is, which is fine, right? It just means that you first need to always understand the environment you're in and then kind of go from there, right? If you're an options guy, maybe it's a time to sell iron condors or something like that. If you're a stock guy, maybe it just means you buy pullbacks and take your profits. Like I actually took some Carvana, which was our trade of the week, and I already scalped some out. I really, really liked the look of it when I saw it come out. So I had a stop limit over 42, and then it rallied pretty quickly, and I already took some out. Right? Usually I would go for much more on my trades as a swing trader, but it is what it is, right? We're in the market environment we're in. I have to understand that if I see profits, it's time to take them, right? So did I say Mac friendly? Oh yeah. So I'm on a Mac right now. You can probably tell if you're a Mac guy, right? I don't have the X button stuff over here. I have the little Mac buttons. So I'm on a Mac. Everything you're seeing me use right now with the races and everything works on Mac, PC, Linux, iPad, iPhone, smart fridge. If you've got a web browser, it works. And this is our focus going forward. Is we're revisualizing a lot of data. You may see that the UI updates are, we have tickers up here, high and low tickers going on here, kind of showing us what's going on. We have heat maps, right? So now this is telling me what's up the most in the last 30 minutes. So I can go to the 30-minute bar. I can start clicking through here, seeing what's moving right now. We have a race down here at the bottom. So this is just showing me what's going on. So BTCM, I don't know what that is, but is that a BTC TCM? Bit mining. So that's probably a Bitcoin miner. So that's interesting that's leading that race right now. And then we have this histogram down here is basically looking at all the stocks in the overall market. It's saying that of the 10,000 plus names that we look at, there's only like 2,000 that are down on the day, and the other 8,000 or so are up on the day. And you can see, right, you can just visualize right away and say, hey, yeah, there's a lot more up than down today. So even with the market being, if you look at the Qs, not super strong, there's a lot going on under the hood that, at least for now, they're up a bit, right? We're still up 0.25% on the Qs. So we could, in theory, go negative on that histogram if we go negative on the market. But yeah, this is all Mac, right? It's all, I wonder if I do this, does this break it for you guys? Yeah. So if you're on your phone, it looks like this, where you can just kind of scroll down through it. And if you go to the market scope, this is what it will look like on your phone. I recently went to Toronto. If anyone checked me out there, I was on Trader TV. And yeah, when I was traveling, I was using this on my phone all the time to kind of keep up with what was going on in the individual names. And we're only getting started, right? Can you narrow it down to just NASDAQ 100 stocks on the downloaded version, right? So the difference is, so if you buy Trade Ideas, you get both, and you use whatever fits you the best at the time. But what our goal is that the downloaded version is for when my workflow, I guess, is a good way to do it. When the market is closed and I'm going to sit down, I'm going to go through hundreds of charts and mark them up and set my price alerts and do all the craziness, all like the really serious work. That's going to be the downloaded version, right? Because there's more power there and nuance. Eventually, right, we're going to keep moving functionality over. But that's kind of where the crux of all of that happens. And then on the other end, if you're mobile, right, maybe you're just on a MacBook at a coffee shop or something like that, and you're not getting like super serious with it, then we're going to do downloaded version. So we're going to expand stuff over time, but just note that the point of the web version is that we're trying to display information to you the best we can, but not getting too nitty gritty, right? So customization will always, it's basically the difference between like Mac versus PC kind of things, right? Is that, we're trying to make everything very much easier, I guess, to, for newer people, and easier just to use overall. That's our goal anyway, is to try to simplify trading just a little bit, because we know it is incredibly complicated. And of course, right, it's going to be different audiences. The people in this room are probably going to be a lot of people that are using a lot of the download stuff, because you're tinkerers and you're you're staring at your screen all day, you're doing all that kind of stuff. The average Trade Ideas user generally wants just a more streamlined type of experience. It's feedback that we've gotten from our clients a lot, is that they just want the ability to kind of keep an eye on what's going on and be given ideas, but they don't want to go in and kind of code everything and do all that stuff yourself. So the alert window, this is what we have for alerts right now. We'll be expanding these out over time. This is the most intensive screen that we have. So depending on your computer, this might cause a bit of slowdown, but I really like this one because it just streams these new highs, and it'll also stream the new lows down below. And then this bar in the middle is counting the amount of new highs versus new lows. So you can see when things kind of really switch all of a sudden. Right. So this ticker down here will now show me new highs and new lows as things go on. And I can click through them and just see which is interesting. So this is kind of the place if you want to get spit out ideas all day long, you can do that. And then we also have the Race Central where you can do those ones as well, right? Right, so we see what's moving up the most and what's moving down the most. This could be a good one to leave open as well. And then it changes, you just drag and drop, right? So if I want S&P 500 up and then I want S&P 500 down, you see I'm just dragging the icon to wherever I want it and just letting it go. Again, the idea is simple, easy. We have the ability to customize all this stuff. We've basically found that there doesn't seem to be any correlation between the amount of insane granular detail you can get and the profitability of the person using it. So the idea is, okay, how can we stream the important information to people as simply and easily as possible? So whether something's above the 20 or 21 EMA or 24 EMA, just doesn't matter that much, right? We've done a lot of testing. So it's like, what can we show what's moving? One thing I like with this one is sometimes, I don't see one right now, but sometimes you can get themes. If all tech is up and all consumer discretionary is down, you could see that. And again, if you click on one, it brings you to this screen where you've got a stock chart, you got your single stock window, you've got the news right here. You can read all about the different things in the company. Gap just looks like it's pulling back a bit. I haven't looked at Mattel in a while, but if anyone saw me on Trader TV this morning, this was kind of my pitch, was for Mattel. Can you run both the TI app and the web version? No. What you'll do is you'll switch. So if I do this, now eventually you'll be able to run, I'm just doing this for example. So I open up another one and it said disconnected, click to reconnect. So if I just reconnect there, it just refreshes and it goes live. That's not on us. That's on the exchanges. They make us do that. Now, eventually, what we're going to try to do is, as long as it's in the same web browser, you can have multiple tabs open. So you could have the market scope open and then also have chart over here. So you could have multiple tabs and you could spread those tabs to different monitors. That's fairly soon in the development process. I think that will be up in a number of days to weeks. We're not waiting a long time on that. But yeah, you can't have two separate computers logged in because, again, we wish, right? We would love it if we could do that, but that's not on us, right? That's the exchanges saying, I need, they want the money, right? So it's basically one of those things. This is why you have to, when you sign up, you had to sign the exchange agreements, right? Because they need to make sure that they get their pound of flesh for the data that we're selling. And again, it's unfortunate, but it's just it's the nature of the beast. They're also a business, and not only do they want to get money from you for commissions every time you make a trade, they also want to get money from you from every time you log into a data feed. But yeah, I'm very, very excited by it. The ability, and again, I keep saying this, but we're only getting started, right? Just the ability to have different, this is displaying. So in the back end for people in TI long period time people, this is pulling a lot of the same information that we have had kind of access to for a while, right? It's top list information and alert window information, but what we're able to do now that we're more based on the web and less based on C++ type version is an ability to really dive in to and kind of demonstrate that stuff like way easier, and give you guys that bit of information, because again, the way you display information is very, very important. It's almost as important as the information itself, because what we're doing as traders is we're not trying to come out with some crazy algorithm that nobody's ever thought about before, because that just wouldn't work in trading, right? You need to be able to trade stuff that everyone else is going to trade, right? The only reason your stock goes up is because everyone else wants to buy it. So it's more important to say, okay, well, where is it? Where do I focus my attention, kind of thing, right? Is it possible to create an alert window for a few stocks? Yeah. So let's get into, let me switch my screen share. So I'm going to present. I got to stop the screen share and then I'll start it again. All right. So the way the idea is to create an alert window to point at a couple things. Right. So the first thing you do is you just go and create the alert window. Right. So you're talking about the 200. You were talking about the 200 day. Right. So there's crossing the 200-day moving average. Right. So again, the easiest way to do it is always just hit the search box, start typing. So I'll add that alert in. And then you were just talking about for a specific set of symbols. So for that, what you have to do is you have to create a symbol list. So the easiest way to do that is I'll show you in a second. Let's just point it to something real quick. Let's just do it on, I don't know, a sector watch list. Right. So I just pointed this to a list. So it's just a list of securities in which I select. Now, how you build that list is you just go tools and then symbol lists, and it comes up with this little box right here. So over here, you can create a new list. You can add in, right, call it whatever you want, add in whatever tickers you want. But then when you're working then on your alert window, you just go to the symbol list tab, and then you go add existing list, and you just find the list that you just made in this this area right here, and it will say personal in brackets kind of right here. And then to back test it, you have to know, when are you going to enter, the end of the day, the exit the day, how long are you going to hold for, what's your stop loss going to be, when you're planning on exiting, all that kind of stuff. That's up to you as the strategy creator, and then you just back test it from there. So that's a pretty easy one to build. Now, I will say, in and of itself, there is little to no power behind the 200-day moving average or any moving average. These things have just been kind of data mined completely to death. So be careful. And then also when you're back testing, make sure, the reason that most people that are serious, including our back tester, we don't do single stock back testing very much, is there's just a massive inherent data risk with that, right? So for example, I already know, because you put I want to do Nvidia and Apple over the 200-day moving average. The issue with how you just pick those is you just pick two of the strongest names in the market. So I can almost guarantee you right now that in the long run, buying Nvidia and Apple when it broke its 200-day moving average is a good idea. But that's just because it's a 200-day moving average, and these are insanely strong stocks. So every now and then you're going to get awesome rips like this, right? It's why when you're building a strategy, I would implore you, if you build something and it works on something like Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, all of these names that have historically been really, really strong, that doesn't help you because say tomorrow Apple is no longer a darling of the um, of the tech world, which it is right now, right? Apple right now is the quintessential. This is a really strong stock and a stock that you should keep an eye on. If that ever ceases to exist, um, you know, then you've got a problem, right? That doesn't really help you out that much anymore because you've tested it on something that is really, really strong. So, I'm trying to think of an example for this, but um, yeah, there's nothing wrong with building a scan of stocks to hit the 200-day moving average, but the back testing of those things you almost have to do on random stocks because the issue is again just because it worked on the two strongest stocks in the world doesn't mean it's going to work on anything. So just make sure you're very variable about how you test certain things like that, not to cherry pick. God, I wish I could find an example. The easiest way to always find, like, when you're thinking about data is always think on these streams, right? If I went to my local basketball court uh, and I measured the height of all the men there, and then I made a statement like the average man is 6'5", right? There's an obvious data bias, selection bias there, right? I have selected for data that isn't representative of everything that's going to happen. And because what I'm trying to do, into some respects, I'm trying to predict um, future events. I see. You see how that just popped right up there, just telling us that thing's really moving. I think it might be halted now. Right. So the important part of that is that you're adding as much randomness as possible to your testing to make sure that it is a robust test that will be able to withstand a lot. Because again, there is a problem with just saying, let me test these on couple names, even if it's like the current NASDAQ 100 and you're doing testing on that. Well, the reason that indexes like the QQQ and the SPY work isn't because they necessarily pick the best stocks. It's that they have a ranking system in which stocks are removed if they suck and they're added if they're good, right? The S&P 500 is a perfect way to do it, where it takes the 500 largest cap names out there. So what will happen is if you start to suck as a company and you become a small cap or a lower cap name, then you're kicked out. And then if you're a good company and your market cap starts to rise, well, then you'll be added to it, right? So there always kind of filters mechanism. So even if I'm doing some testing on, say, the S&P 500, I want, or the components in the S&P 500, I need to make sure my data includes the components that were kicked out of the S&P 500, right? I know this is like kind of advanced, but it's just making sure you're as uh, honest and robust with your data as possible, because there's what the old saying is that if you torture data long enough, you can make it say anything. So just make sure you understand, right? I am not always looking, and every time you're doing a back test or every time you're building a strategy, you're always checking yourself to say, am I cherry picking something, right? And it's not always the instruments you choose. It could be the market in which you're testing it, right? If you're testing a bullish strategy in a bull market, it will work well. You just need to start asking yourself, how will this perform in a shit market, right? So, yeah. And that doesn't mean because the strategy would perform well in a shit market, it doesn't mean that is not a strategy that you want to trade at all. It just means you need to know that. So for one thing that I do a lot of, for anyone who's followed me for any length of time or heard me rant and here, I am kind of a really systematic trader, right? I look for if this, then that, if this, then that. I have systems that I use, right? I look for relative strength. I'm watching Mattel right now. Again, I went on Trader TV. I gave a whole giant breakdown of why I'm thinking of that, and I want to see if it can close over $22 before I'm interested in it. The I understand that right now isn't really the time to buy breakouts because what we talked about with the Qs and the spies stuck in a range. So I will look at that, and when I do my scanning and everything tonight, I know that if I want to get cute with my trading, I should look to buy breakouts. I should look to buy breakdowns. I should um or so yeah, sorry, fade, not breakouts or breakdowns, say pullbacks and bounces might be a better way to do it as opposed to looking for things to move. Like I know Tesla's been pulling back a lot. Uh, yeah, so that one's right. So you see it break out and then fail. There's a lot of that going on. Right. So I will look at what environment we're in and then I will tailor my trading accordingly. When we broke out of 420 on the SPY here, I just bought a lot of breakouts and I really, really leaned into a breakout trading strategy that worked out very well through here. When we had this kind of bearish candle right here and we started to sell below that, I no longer was super interested in buying breakouts aggressively. I'm more interested now in names that are pulling back. So what I may do is I may look for some of these high flyers. Jeez, this thing. Um, I may look for some of these high flyers one way or the other and see if they're pullbacks. So this Pulse, whatever this name is, right, holding $6. Maybe I'm going to be playing more support and resistance or anchor VWAP pullbacks or something like that in the near future until the market resolves itself one way or the other. Um, because if I'm buying things, if you just think about why, if I'm buying things that are pulling back but the market's in a bull market, well, then if I'm buying pullbacks in a bull market, it means I'm buying things that are relatively weak, uh, right? If the that's just not the game I want to play. So it's this game of what the best way I heard it described was my buddy Sean, who just says, first of all, I need to know what sandbox I'm playing in. And as soon as I know what sandbox I'm playing in, now I can start to kind of, figure out the game I want to play. And he's an option guy. So generally what he usually means is what's the volatility of say VXX, right? What are we looking at volatility wise? Because if we're low volatility, which we are right now, maybe it's more interesting to buy options. And if we're high volatility, maybe it's more interesting to sell options, right? So for us who are more kind of in the equity mindset, it may mean, okay, we are stuck in a range on the SPY, and I think we're going to be messy for a long time. So let me buy pullbacks because that's my theory of what's going to happen here. Is I think we're going to be messy here for a while. We're not going to be going up. We're not going to be going down. I think that there's just a lot of chop. Right, we came back up. We hit this high that we broke down of right here. We pulled back for 3 weeks. That damage is going to take a while to repair. So unless we swiftly break down to new lows, I don't see the sell off just, continuing very, very quickly. But I also just don't see us bouncing and breaking this high really quickly. So if I don't think we're going to break down to 430 or even under 420 really quickly, and I don't think we're going to break to 460 really quickly, it means I think we're choppy. And then I use that as my idea for, okay, now what? Right? That's the idea I have. Now, what do I do with that idea? Right. So you can build a strategy that it works well in a current market. You just need to know that that's the current market that it works well in, and you need to kind of tailor all that accordingly, right? Yeah, and I'm watching this HE closely. This one, you'd have to be really, really careful on this one. But again, just so this chart right here for me looks like um, a lot of those like Silicon Valley Bank and all this stuff before. They had their, oh my God, everything's bad sell off. And then they had this one little bounce to sucker in buyers to kind of be exit liquidity and then just completely kind of tanked. Same kind of thing you could say with these beam stocks that this AMC is just now, it's now dead. It's over. Right? rip, it's done. And it was the same kind of thing, right? It dropped down after they said, yeah, we are going to dilute you into the next generation, rallied up a little bit to suck in a bunch of people, and then just boom, just completely fallen apart. And I don't think it's coming ever back ever again. I think we can finally kind of put a pin in it. Right? We put a pin in BBYQ a while ago, right? The company now has come out and said, if you hold our equity right now, you will get nothing. Like as clear in a statement as they could ever put out. The entire company has put out and said, if you continue to hold us, you get nothing. You will get nothing. You will wake up one day and the value of your equity will be zero. So it's done, right? And then it's going to be the same with some of these other ones eventually. So that's what I'm looking at with this HE, which I think they are saying probably caused a lot of the fires in Hawaii. And I could see the same thing where you have the news and then you have these little dead cat bounces of people trying to pick a bottom, which is why you will never see me trying to pick a bottom like this. So, right, if this thing can't get above its high of the day today and starts to coil back down, I may take a small short with this one. You have to be incredibly careful with something like this, though. Like I will be trading this extraordinarily small, just in case something comes out and the government buys it or something like that, right? You have to be just very, 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 very careful, right? Yeah, I don't know anything about that fundamental stuff. Don't really care, but it's right. It will probably go to, um, if they do provide a significant amount of the power for the island, it will probably just get privatized, right? The government will probably just grab it, right? Or force it. Like they've done this before. This isn't new. They will force it to be sold to another company that win some sort of government bet. So it could get sold to whatever, but it's not going to get sold at a great price. Again, to each your own. Some people want to take bets on buying stuff that's been killed like that, but I've heard a lot of the same people with Silicon Valley Bank and all that when the chart looked exactly like this, saying to buy it. When it comes to the meme stocks, I've heard a lot of people wanting to buy it when it tanks. There is something innate that makes us want to buy. Bet for the underdog is a way to put it, right? Wants us to buy stuff that's getting hurt. But generally speaking, I've never met a trader who's around for a long period of time who has been doing that and has been happy doing that. Even a Warren Buffett, who is famously a value investor, wouldn't get this. And hey, if it keeps going up from here, I won't short it, right? So that's how I trade. I make a bet. I have tight risk for my bet. And then I move on with my life. I think as soon as you get sucked up in narratives and ideologies and all that kind of stuff, you're doomed because they will they'll taint your opinion on some things, right? It's the beauty of the objective action of price. So many people got sucked into the meme stock narratives that there was a trillion shorted shares out there and yada 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 blah 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 blah. And turned out none of it was true, and they're all tanking. So it's like if just by following price, you've done an exceptional job. Even the one that is like holding on the best out of all of them, GameStop, is still just absolutely murdered. Right. So for myself, I've been looking to buy puts and doing very well in GameStop every time we've had a significant bounce because this thing is just they lose money, right? They're losing a bunch of money. The stock's in a downtrend. That's kind of all I need to know. So nice little bounce today, but look at the topping tail that's happening here. I wouldn't be shocked if that just rolls back over. At some point, these things have to get a relief rally. So with AMC, for example, I am chomping at the bit for an AMC bounce. I would love to see an AMC bounce even to like 20, which it would need to double. So I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But I would love to get that, and I can start to work into a put position for those. Otherwise, I think all the money, all the money out of the meme stocks might be done, because I have done pretty well. Just every time AMC pops, you look to sell puts in it or buy puts in it. Right? It's just a very very relatable pattern. Another company that's right can't hold on in this environment. I was actually looking for a short under that base. I missed it. Oh well. And that's what I talked about with the environment that we are in. When interest rates are zero, companies can get away with a lot, right? When people are buying and selling monkey pictures for millions of dollars, you can be a company that's not a very good company and get away with a lot, because you can raise money cheaply. There's a lot of things that you can do. When interest rates get more expensive, things get a lot more picky, right? Where it's like, if I'm investing and I could either buy uh, a dying company, or I could buy one that's got a lot of cash on hands. I think I read somewhere that Apple, with the cash they have on hand, will pull in $1 billion a year, I think, just on the cash they have on hand. Right, that ends up being a very attractive instrument, because they could shut down. They could probably fire the whole Treasury Department and just lock everything up into T-bills and do fantastically. Yeah, $62 billion in cash. It's just wild. They could come up here and buy Canada. So yeah, then this is all this is long-term stuff. None of this affects a trade, right? For trades, for me, it's all about what's the level, right? So when I look at HE and I go into a 30-minute chart, I look at this level right here. So it's like 1420, 1430. When we sold off the first time, that's kind of where the first bounce came in. That 1430 kind of carries over to when we bounce, that's where sellers came in. So this is a very important level. So basically, if we stay under this level, I will be looking to participate short. And if we get over that level, it's time to move on to the next thing. I could ride this thing if I'm right. Basically, I'm trying to risk like a buck, maybe more like 50 cents. And if I'm right and it goes down to $9, then I've made $4 a share. So at the end of the day, that's trading. Like that's the whole crux of it. If you are, not how often you're right, because the best traders in the world maybe get to a 60% win rate. Maybe. It's more about what's that risk reward skew, and how can you make sure that that's kind of forever in your favor. Because that's the thing that separates kind of the men from the boys, so to speak, is when you're right, can you make a bunch of money? And then when you're wrong, you only lose a little bit. So it's why when I see bounces like this, I'm like, okay, where's my zone? And I'll say, right, say from anywhere between $14 and $15. So I missed this off the open, because I'm not just going to short something like this off the open. That's why I'm looking at it right here. We're now on the 30-minute candle. Let's go to 15s. Right, we've got these two 15-minute candles where it just gets over 14, it fails, and gets over 14, it fails. We got 2 minutes left in this candle. So maybe I'll short if we break like 1350. And then maybe use 1450-ish or so as an out. So risk 1, hopefully make 4. If I'm right 30% of the time with that math, then in the long run, I'll make money. And again, talking my books, I did short some GameStop this morning. I don't know how long I will hold this. But I did short around 18 bucks. I was actually talking, it's Barry. I got to thank him when he gets back for this. But yeah, you can see the lows here were around 18 bucks. It ran off the open and then it just kind of consolidated here around 18 bucks. So when it kind of pulled off that, that's where I took a short. And now the question is, I'll probably protect that. I won't let it go above 18 bucks anymore. But if we sell and we get below the open and this candle on the daily chart turns red, then that will be a sign for me to kind of hold a chunk of this into the night and over the weekend, or not over the weekend. It's Monday. Oh, I just got back from again a business trip, so I'm still getting a little tired from that. So then what else is going on here? What is VRM moving? Yeah, and I really like the top lists here. They're nice and simple, right? This is the stuff up the most. We all know this ICTC, ICCT. This just isn't for me. The way I've been talking, you guys can probably understand how I trade a lot, which is very slow. And let me come up with a thesis. Let me pick the levels for the thesis. Let me compare the risk reward, and then let me kind of take a trade accordingly. So when I see a lot of this, yes, it's good for idea generation, but I'm not really chasing any of these things, right? I may just look at this and say, oh, that's interesting. His fingers actually looking at this, the nice, if I do that, that doesn't show up on stream now. Oh, well. But yeah, you can kind of draw out, and we're going to add drawing tools to this too, the wedge that's happening here in fingers. Let's actually look. I remember this was a big thing a couple of years ago. Yeah, you can see here on the weekly chart. That's how I instantly recognized the name. This went from 50 cents to 10 bucks and then back to 90 cents. So it's getting tight here on the daily chart. This one's kind of interesting to me. I forget what they did. It's a mobile data specialist, provision, data plans, subscription plans, mobile phones, loyal. I still don't know what they do. Not much of a short float. I would like to see more of a short float, but very, very tight here on this guy. Oh, and so the beauty of this web version is right down here, the race that you're seeing, if you're on any individual stock, it's pulling out competition. So you can see what else is moving. So I think probably the reason this thing's moving is it looks like they're competitors with this ICCT name that's up 1,000%. So that's why they're getting a bit of a lift here. So it would need to hold this for me to be interested. For me to be interested in it, but yeah. But yeah, just an interesting wedge. And again, that's the kind of stuff I'm interested more. I don't want to buy this thing in this market if it breaks 7. I want to try to see if I can get in, maybe if it holds 5 as an anticipation to break 6 and then break 7. Because again, we are in this kind of choppy, do nothing type of a market. So a lot of the stuff that I'm saying I'm interested in, but I'm probably not going to do much of anything with today. I need to see some sort of chilling out, like Mattel is a perfect example. So I was on Trader TV this morning. I gave like a whole 10-minute breakdown of why I liked Mattel. And I said, hey, it's got to hold over 22. So I haven't bought any Mattel yet because it hasn't been able to hold over 22. Because again, we're in that environment where it's like, hey, I need this thing to really hold. Funko is actually doing much better than this. And they're kind of, again, I saw that just from the competitor race here. Even Hasbro is doing better. I may have picked the wrong horse on this, but basic idea was if you zoom out, you got a nice looking little cup and handle here, right? So you got the cup and then you got the handle. So nice looking little cup and handle, which is great. It's outperforming in the long run. It's outperforming Hasbro and Funko, which is good because you want to be in the strongest one in a little sector like that. And the fact that it it had the whole Barbie kind of hype, and I think that was actually this topping tail candle is when all the data came out and it ran right up and then just sold right back down. So for me, I kind of like, okay, let's wait. Kind of, you can see the same thing with the HE trade. I'm not going to participate in all this stuff, but let me wait for that next move to occur and then take my trade there. And with Matt, or not Matt, it's the same kind of thing. I'm not going to buy in speculation of whether or not their movie's going to do well, but if the market is then going to hang out and then give me a second opportunity, I'm going to take that kind of second play, right? See MULN popping up. Jeez. I think they're doing more dilution on this name, which is unfortunate. We can all see how poorly dilution goes for the regular holder. So I love, and you guys are seeing that there, the speed of the web version, of the charts, of the switching back and forth between screens is great, especially when you're on a mobile device, right? You're on a phone, you're just checking a couple quotes when it's on the way. Me, I was in the airport. I had this up on one screen, and I had my broker up on a just another tab, and I was just kind of switching back and forth. Fubo's popping up a little bit here. That was another big short one, wasn't it? And yeah, that one's interesting. 16% short float. Looks like this $2 is a big area, coiling up a little bit off that $2 zone. And just checking up on my, oh, good. Carvana's continuing to hold anyway. Oh, a little breakout there on the 30-minute chart. That's good. So yeah, I bought a bunch of 42. I sold a bunch just when, I think on this red candle. So probably 44. So now I'm protecting my entry at 42, but I really, really like the look of this one. If you go to kind of a longer term chart here on a weekly chart, you see just the massive rounded bottom right here. And then it's put in, 5-6 weeks of just kind of nothing, sideways consolidation, and then a little bit of a breakout here. So with a 41% short float, it's pretty wild to me. If it can hold a 41% short float, if that's real, and this thing starts pushing, there's going to be a lot of people and a lot of problem. Yeah, it's a pretty gnarly one. So I like that one. That was our free trade of the week that we email out to you. You can sign up for. I know Barry's got links for, but it's a nice little play there. I really like the look of the chart. It comes in and it fills the gap and then just puts in these 4 kind of choppy sideways days. So above that definitely was the move. And then, yeah, the highs here are 56. So if it got to that highs, that's already amazing. And then through those highs, you're loving life. I'm also in some of this SAH. Zoom out. I can show you why. I've been in this one for a while. Let's go to like a weekly chart. And yeah, this is just it's like a car dealership, which is just strange as doing so well, but it's a heavily shorted car dealership. And it's just been hanging out kind of in the top end of its range here, bounced off 40. And then in the daily chart, it's just kind of putting in this consolidation, this tight base right here. So I think I'm in some like from 51. So it hasn't been a great trade so far, but maybe some sympathy. That's why I like this comparison that's going on right here. I can see all the different things that could move with Carvana and then do a little bit of analysis just to see if there's, because sometimes you may have an idea on a stock or an instrument, but sometimes it may show you something better, right? So you end up, if you go Nvidia, if you're like, hey, I really think Nvidia is interesting, and that there's going to be some continued move with Nvidia, but maybe you find out that some of these things you end up liking better. Right? JBL, this thing's moving much more. FTIC, nah, not so much on that one. All right, you can just click through and see which of these you end up liking the best. So and then yeah, there's this one's just the new highs or the relative strength list. So you can watch this one if you're just looking for some intraday love. This thing will tell you what's going on here. So what else is hollow? Holographic technology. Fancy. So what are they doing? Yeah, so bounce and then 2 kind of consolidation days, and then maybe some continuation going on here in micro cloud hologram. Oh, fancy. And then over the top list, let's see what's the sectors are doing. I am really interested in this FXI. I may actually look for may talk to my buddy Sean about some options plays on FXI. Anytime I see the Economist put out a headline like that, you usually have to take notice. There's a whole we even taught about that one on a magazine cover indicator. They teach this in the CMT about just how bad whenever something pops up in a magazine, it's usually the end of the move. You can go through the New Yorker. I know is a good one. I know Newsweek is a good one. Time, and then the Economist. I think the Economist has to be the absolute worst, right?
I better cancel my subscription then.
Yeah, this was a funny one. So yeah, the Economist put out today basically a really bearish cover on how China's like over. It's like
Okay.
So then I look at this chart and I say, well, right, we're at support. We got some lows here at like 25. If I could make a little bet to counter that, maybe buy some long dated options or something and close them if we get under 25, it might be a good move. It is scary accurate how bad these people are.
Really?
Yeah.
Worse than Kramer?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
really? Worse than Kramer? My goodness. Okay, that's saying something.
Easily. And part of the problem is that they're so long. It takes them so long for moves. It's right. They will talk about. There was actually one that released on Nvidia. I think this one may have been Newsweek. Like it was like right here. So it maybe this is the end of Nvidia for a while too. But yeah, you can go through, and I'm just showing some examples here, right? But right, the September 1974, the economy's sick, and that's right before these massive moves. Like there's just so many.
These are dated. I'm thinking, my God, I didn't even know that Time and Newsweek were still around. I mean, I know they're around, but
Oh, they are, yeah.
These are way past headlines. I see.
Yeah, some of them though, but right, the
Yeah.
great reckoning in 2020, right before the insane pop. And yeah, they teach about this in the CMT because there were liquidity would be a problem, but there were hedge funds that just basically run off of what these guys are saying and then using a little bit of price action doing the opposite. I think I've talked about him before, but Jason Shapiro, who is one of the market wizards in the new books. And again, you don't get into the market wizard books without them checking out your legitimate. That's all he does. That's his whole focus, is that he looks at major indices and large markets, and he waits for sentiment to get too one-sided, and then he pops the other way. And it's, he makes a bunch. His win rate, he admits, is only 30 something percent, but
when he's right, he's really right.
He's really right.
Really right.
It's like the only one that I've actually followed him on, because I agreed with, was he got the bottom of the market to the day. I don't know if you remember this day. You probably do. But in October of last year, there was some CPI print.
Yes.
And on the close of that day, he kind of he was talking to his people, and he's like, I think that's it. And then his risk on these trades are really, really low. If we had broken that low, he would have gotten out. But then he'll hold that for weeks or months after.
Right.
And it's funny because on Friday, he actually tweeted that this looked like a bear trap. And so far, he may be right. I think we're stuck in a range here. I need to see a break of this candle one way or the other. But he may be right that kind of sucked. Because remember, everyone was worried about Jack's hole, whatever that is, and
Jackson Hole,
and how that was going to break everything.
Jack's Hole.
I was in the Trader TV office for that, and they're reporting it. I'm sitting next to Brendan on the desk, whose job is to actually read this stuff.
Yeah.
And he looked like he was going to shoot himself, because it came out and it's 10 pages long. And he's like, I have to read this and then tell the people what it said. And he's immediately looking at his assistant to get him another espresso, because it was the only way he was going to make it through it.
Well, luckily it's only once a year. They don't do it once a month. It's only once a year they have this thing at Jackson Hole. And but yeah, that was a wild day on Friday for sure.
Yeah, it was. I didn't have fun, but that's because I was trying to do both. I was trying to be on the TV and then put in a couple trades, but I would have been better just sitting those 2 days out, which just reminds me that I should do that more often.
All right, my friend, I've actually been watching this ICCT, and believe it or not, what I'm going to do with this ICCT, I actually did trade a little bit. Unfortunately, because I was going to take my break, I did not. Oh man, I did not get into the anywhere close to the high. But I am going to put an alert at the high of the day and see later on if it just powers right through that. It did hit 5 or so in the pre-market, not the pre-market, the opening candle. It may not.
Yeah.
But as you know,
what was their story anyway?
I have no idea. I have zero idea. iCore Connect, no idea. It's a SPAC that is trading now as ICC today. That's all I know about it. But what they do, no idea.
Why was the SPAC trading at 6 cents? Aren't there's always $10?
Don't know, because I don't understand that. Because it says it's up 824% right now. Yeah, I do not understand that at all.
Because usually, right, SPACs are
around $10.
Yeah, they hover around 10 and then they go live, but
no idea. Yeah. No idea. There'd be somebody in the room I could ask. William's really good at this sort of stuff, but I really, to me, it's just a trade. And if it gets back up to over 250 later on in the day, that could get the excitement again. But
well, that's it. At the end of the day, how much do you care about the the individual ins and outs of all that stuff?
Exactly.
Let me take my shot, and I'm either right or I'm wrong. And if I'm right, hopefully I make more money than I lose when I'm wrong, and then kind of move on with my day.
Because I can't even believe that float. It says 146 million in the float. That is an immense amount for something like this. But and whether, again, it may be our provider, with that float information not quite correct. I don't know.
Is this a US one? Yeah, it says US here.
Yeah, it's US. Yeah, it's not China or Yeah, that's the first thing I thought about. Well, me, because I know for whatever reason our provider is having a difficulty for anything outside of the U.S. Could be Israeli, could be China, Singapore. Doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. And we're just having a terrible time trying to get the truth. And yet I can go to another site and it seems to they have the information. So I
Yeah,
know we're hammering it.
you gotta be a little careful though, because there are some sites, and I remember talking to Brad about this, about pulling from other sites when this happens, and he said,
Mhm.
yeah, but a lot of these other sites, just if they don't have a number, they just make one up, and
Okay, well,
right,
that well,
especially with, because it's like with the especially the Chinese ones,
mhm.
it's like they'll just pull something out their butt, and they're like, yeah, this is the float. You're like, okay, and
Cool. Okay.
it it just depends on um, how many people they think actually are looking, kind of thing, right?
Right.
How many people care? So,
Well, according to the people that like this one site called Dilution Tracker, is that they actually go into the SEC filings. Okay, that's what their
oh,
claim
okay,
is. They go into the filings. So I've been somewhat trustworthy of that site. That's when I can when we don't have float information, that's where I go to called dilutiontracker.com. Michael, I better take over in the other room. Um, yeah, what time is it now? 1:05. Well, thanks for stepping in for obviously there was a switch. You can't do it
yeah,
tomorrow,
no,
right?
Chris will be here tomorrow. He's stepping in for me because I had a
Okay,
affiliate meeting tomorrow. So,
gotcha.
so thank him.
Okay, my friend. Thank you. And
All
we'll
right,
talk
well,
to you
you have a
later.
good one.
Okay.
Talk soon.
Bye. All right, guys, give me one moment, get back into the other room. All right, guys, I'm back in everything now. And I was just saying to Michael, yeah, I mean, I believe it or not, I did trade some of this ICCT. I mean, I just wish I'd been able to hold on to it when it got up to almost 250. I got about 15 cents out of it, and then I took my break. What I was saying to Michael, though, is that if it later on in the day, if it takes out 250, I have a price alert set up in that area. I might take some. It hit 4 or 5. But William, can you understand why this thing says that it's up 824%? I don't quite understand. This seems to be a very interesting one, to say the least. And it's halted now. And now, why would you say that, Pioneer Club? ICCT halted 13 hours? Why would you say that? You mean earlier today or when? Yeah, I have a feeling, yeah, her provider is not adjusting to the fact that it wasn't actual. Well, you see, it looks like it was a 13-cent stock or something, or a 6-cent stock. This is even on a trading view chart. So at any rate, that's what I was saying to Michael. I guess it doesn't really matter. Again, I'm wondering if that float information is correct. 146 million. That seems like a huge amount for this, but now I'm seeing TWNK here. Now this is a buyout, isn't it? Obviously, it's a buyout of some sort. Sort of remember this on Friday, wasn't it? Wasn't this a rumor? Put themselves up for sale, right? Okay. I don't know what you mean, Pioneer. ICCT halted 13 hours. I'm not sure I know what you mean. It's been halted 18 times today, as William said, but it has not been halted 13 hours unless it was earlier, like, I don't know, way pre-market or yesterday. I mean, I can't answer that, but Anyway, let's see anything else interesting now. Well, I was just looking at NVCR. I thought, okay, maybe it's really starting to move down. I mean, it did make a nice move down to 19, but now even it has come right back up. GMAD, let's take a look at GMAD. I do not see anything either for GMAD. Well, the next low looking left is 53.44, so about a dollar. Oh, I see. You were questioning what you were hearing. Okay. Now, the PS, even this PSHG, I mean, it tried again to get close to $2. Maybe if it takes out $2, I'm going to stick a price alert around $1.94 for PSHG, which of course is not $2, but then I'll know if it's getting close. Too bad. This LDWY. Wow, look at it go, actually. But is it going to last? What's the float? Crazy low float, guys. That's one reason. Look at that float, 615,000. Even if that's not exactly correct, it's going to be very low. And it is now, but I would expect that this is going to just give it all up. The next high looking left is 647. And that is for the LDYW. Sorry, LDWY. A lot of volume coming into GLG, guys. A lot of volume. TD Holdings. It's out of China. Okay, a lot of volume coming in. Big float, 68 million, but a lot of volume right here. There's hardly any volume today, and then all of a sudden in this 15-minute volume bar, just shooting up. But again, as always, look left, and I just think there's too much resistance. Ah, so that gets more confusing then with the ICCT. I do remember VMCI, 4 days. Yeah, it doesn't look good now for ICCT, guys. I think it's challenging the VWAP. Could be all over for today anyway. 160 is the VWAP, so challenging it. Well, this LDWY, I mean, it ripped, but and it's ripping again. I'm just afraid that it's just going to, I mean, with that float, this must have been another symbol or did a reverse split or something like that with that float. NVIDIA new high. Well, interestingly, because the last time when first looked at NVIDIA today, it was having that pretty big, yeah, look at that big giant red candle. Now it's wow, came right all the way back, all the way back. So it went positive. NVIDIA actually now is positive for the day. I mean, that was a pretty, I mean, four got down to 448. I mean, I know it's an expensive stock, so from 448 to 465, but that's still pretty, it's almost a $20 move. So there you go. Its ATR is 20. So there you go. All right, guys, I will do a video now. All right, let me get my announcement in. This won't take long. And the time is 1:18, so say 1:28. Okay, muting myself now, both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so this is why they're up this Lendway, and this is new authorization to repurchase up to 400,000 shares. Okay, that's the reason for the move for LDWY. Thank you, Cass. Okay, that was iSig before it. Thought it had to be a new symbol. Okay, guys, the ICCT, it looked like it's trying to hold that VWAP actually. So keep an eye out on a $2 pop again. That could get it running again. I bet your Pepe knows. Why can't I see the total P&L up here instead of this minus 169? It should be 162 plus 320 minus 52 somehow up here. Oh, I see. ICCT was halted again. Whoa, look at this potential open, guys. How do I see the total P&L as a crawl on the top here, as opposed to, it's just showing me minus 169 for the guess. I'm not even sure where it's getting that number. There must be a way to be able to add up that total P&L column and have it up here, as opposed to whatever that minus 169 is. Because the total P&L would be 320 plus 162 minus 52, which looks a lot better than saying minus 169 for GES. Yeah, boy, this ICCT, this is not over. Look at this. I mean, it looks like it could open around $2, over $2. Okay, well, if you're confused, then I don't feel so badly, William, regarding ICCT, FMGC, etc. Okay, fair enough. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so this opened and then now, okay, so it did open. I see CCT, ICCT, just over two. So the halt was at 190. I guess it opened at 194. Now it's a little bit above two right now. Boy, this is interesting, guys. This could be like a launching pad off two, or I see it could be, or not. I mean, it's pretty, yeah, 195. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, believe it or not, what I'm really looking for is a move up to about, what price? About 220. And that could get me interested into getting into it again. That's for the ICCT. Clearing two in a big way. And 220 is the high of, looks like four candles ago, four 15-minute candles ago, three 15-minute candles ago. Meanwhile, this crazy LDWY, sorry, Keeps moving. This is shortable for me also. Not many shorts, but 12,000 shares. I just can't believe it's going to keep going. But the next high looking left on the daily chart is 780 or so. So there's a dollar to that next high. Boy, it just continues. So that was quite the that's quite the move, guys. I mean, we started talking about this, I think, right around 550 LDWY. But this is where I'm not good at, guys. I'm not, to try to predict where this is going to top out. I mean, there are shorts available. They've been snapped up, some of them, 9,000 now at Interactive Brokers. What did I say before? About 14. So about 5,000 have been snapped up in the minute since I mentioned that at Interactive Brokers. And how do I know that? This little guy right here, Interactive Brokers, tells me how many shorts are available. And I don't know if this is absolutely real time, but close enough. I'm going to check another website. Just want to check to see what they've got for the float. Yeah, they've got about a million. So I mean, it's in the ballpark. Somebody mentioned GMED earlier. We couldn't figure out a reason why this was dropping. Now, it also had a big topping tail. So when it was down to 54.20, got back, well, not a huge one, I guess, but back up to 54.79, but it's now resuming its move down. That is GMED. Underneath that whole number, the next low looking left, maybe too close. About 40 cents away on a $53 stock. It's probably too close. Whoa, look at that spread now for LD. I actually tried to get some and then I backed off when that spread was really widened. 680, 696 now. You're not asking much, Drago. So I think the answer is no. I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, no, I have no idea where there could be something like that for free. Yeah, right, Dak. Well, guys, again, you know what? The ICCT could happen later on in the day. There's no question that it could happen. It's got to get over two. I'd say about 220 or so before it could start to move. If it doesn't do that, I don't think it'll have a big move. The PSHG, maybe if it gets over two, but I'm really not seeing too much else. I mean, the NVCR has been okay, but it's been kind of chopping around quite a bit. Though in the last little while, I guess it's been making its way down. What is the next low looking left? I got to go back to 2000. Wow, we got to go way back here. You know what? I don't. I mean, I know it's technically this is not an all-time low for NVCR, but you've got to go back about 5 years before we start seeing these lows. So, and that is for the NVCR. Well, you know what? GME is inching its way down still. I did not take that one, but it is inching its way down. There's kind of a maybe a fairly significant red candle now for GME. You know, this one, I mean, the next low looking left on the 15-minute chart is down here, 1726. So, I mean, there's a possibility. William, how are you today as far as keeping the room open after three? Whoa, there is a nice move now for NVCR. But you're talking more after four, right? Because I know you kept the room open if you after 4 o'clock because of some earnings plays, but just the 3 to 4 hour. And of course, you are in no obligation to do it at all. So just let me know. Yeah, one moment, please. My phone is ringing. Okay, cool. We keep it open to 4. It's just for me to let people know, that's all. But again, no obligation, of course.
I don't know, but I found these results on search.
All right, guys, ICCT back over to the only thing that's keeping my interest right now. It doesn't look good for PSHG. I'm just watching it now. It's making new lows. So we forget about that one. So the ICCT, though, take a look at the volume bars and let's see what the story is there. Yeah, I mean, pretty good. I mean, the previous what time is it now? 1:45. So this is the new 15-minute bar. So the last one was pretty good. I mean, looks like it's the second biggest of the day, which means that maybe the enthusiasm is coming back. Or Zach, I hope, or Zach, Dak, I hope it is. Let's see if we can get a follow through bar. All right, guys. Well, listen, if there are any questions, I'll look at that ICCT giving up two again. Any questions? This to me is just for me personally, it's just a very slow day right now. So now would be a good time. I guess what I'm saying. Now would be a good time. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, William. Thoughts on GNS? Well, if you're talking about it because it's an AI play, yeah, I mean, somebody was saying there's going to be a split off or a spin off or something else regarding GNS. I don't know the real news on this one. I mean, obviously had a nice pop today. A lot of that was in the pre-market. I mean, it's a huge amount of volume, 67 million with 16 million in the float. So, about four times the float. But, other than that, I don't know what else how I can comment. I mean, the next time the weekly chart, 269. What did it get to today? Got up to 229. Other than that, I really don't have much to add. The AI alert was at 203, so it's really not moved that much. Well, I probably, like me personally, did. I probably wouldn't approach it at all. I mean, unless it's got volume, because I'm an intraday trader, unless it has volume. Yeah, I mean, I just can't even look at it. I mean, 82,000 shares have traded. That's three and a half times normal up to this time of day. I mean, of course, you're looking at this and going, well, yeah, but it went from 21 to 34. Absolutely. But, for me, I need volume. I just need volume. So, I mean, it had a little bit of volume, I guess, a few days ago, 400,000 shares. But today, I mean, the volume has just tailed off. I mean, I guess you could look at this and say, okay, pretty good volume here. Took out the 200-day moving average. This is when I say here, I'm talking about the August 17th. But the volume would have been just too tough for me to get into. I mean, there's no question. It's had a tremendous month and a half. I mean, coming from 12 to 34, there's no question. But without a lot of volume, you just don't know this is going to happen. And I don't even know what the float is. And we don't have any float information on this one. Just going to go to the other site and see what they've got. So they've got 7.5 million in the float. Always looks interesting after the fact. Why couldn't I have got it here or here or here or here or here or here? But with the lack of overall volume, it's pretty like for the way I trade anyway, I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I know what you mean, Div. I mean, it's in retrospect, you look back and say, well, why didn't I get here again? Like I was kind of kidding around. Why didn't I get here, 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 and here? But I'm not a swing trader here, really. So, I mean, a swing trader may have looked at that a lot differently from me. Certainly, as an intraday trader, I just couldn't even touch it. Ah, they're gone. LDWY, they're gone now. I was all set to short this one. No more shorts now available. Interactive brokers. Last time I looked, there were 9,000. So they've been snapped up. Yeah, too bad. What got me? Look at these topping tails. That is what got me interested. But I was going to take the short right. It was, I think, sitting at 678. But then I turned left on my computer and or my left monitor, and this is what I saw. No shorts available. 9,000 the last time I looked. So they've all been snapped up. Oops. Yeah, late day move maybe. You're right for GNS. Again, your next high is 269, so it certainly has room. All right, guys. Wow, the market now putting in a couple of that's a pretty big red candle now. I haven't really looked at the overall market. I mean, everything is still positive, but definitely the market's putting in this big red candle on the 15-minute. Weave is still dropping. Yeah, man. I mean, that would have been a pretty good one. 964 to 918 and further down. Yeah, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 1112 at 964, 898 now. What prevented me was the fact that it popped up here first. Okay, ALAR, ALAR. So they had this is another one of those share. No, it had an $8 price target. I thought maybe there was a share buyback also. $8 price target put on this one by can't remember who. And that's the ALAR. I mean, it's got room. Look at the room it's got. $4 on the weekly chart. Again, we have no float info on this one. All right, Dak. Well, you're going to do pretty well, I guess, on that GNS. We'll have some room to the weekly high 269. Beginner's luck. Pop up. Let's see. Pfizer shorting Pfizer at 3603 or 3603 is your stop. Don't understand. Don't quite understand that. Sell Pfizer at 3603 stop. So you want to take it at 3603. I understand. I understand now. I forgot how you this is like your stop limit. So you want to short it if it gets to 3603. Gotcha. Yeah, that looks about the same, Jet. The other website that I checked, it said 3.26 million for the float on ALAR. So in the ballpark. Ah, I should have just taken that GME short underneath 18 and held it for several hours as it inched its way down. I didn't do it. Well, today's been a really Other than the ICCT and a couple of other ones that were really kind of interesting, I mean, really, for me anyway, just not a lot happening. I actually thought that that GDC might do something. I have to watch it tomorrow, see if this that it's up still up 44%. China stock, 2.3 million in the float. Right sitting on the well, we have the 200 day. I don't know why we've got it. We don't have any 200-day information on that on this one. GW's GDC. I don't really know why. It's been trading certainly for 200 days, so maybe under another name or another symbol. Ooh, boy, guys, questions, anything to keep my mind going here. Okay, well, listen, what I'll do right now then is 206. So I will go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. If you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15, to get 15% off the first month. If you do want to take on an annual, I can give you a better promo of 25%. Just have to contact me. Just put something in the room, and I will contact you. Okay. The getting started, you must do it. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101. If you're in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, I don't know anybody would have asked Michael about this, but he put this together, Trading 101. Free. The daily stock of the day. It's free from me. And then the trade of the week. It's free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week was a pretty good one, actually. CVNA, Carvana. Trigger was 41.61. So, yeah. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And here are my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Here's the momentum scan that you see, the Momo up here. There's the halts resumes over here. Oh, there's your GNS on fire now. The breakdowns, the 10-day daily breakdowns and up right here. The daily reversals here. Abnormal option activity here. So you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. And as always, all I ask is that if you do eventually take out a subscription, just use my promo code. You can save my homepage link, and then later on, click on it, and then you can take out a subscription using that promo code. The room will get credit. It's important that the room gets credit. This is a free room. We'd like to keep it that way. So that's all I ask. If you take out a subscription down the road, just use my promo code. Hmm. Okay, guys, listen, if I find anything or see anything or feel like talking, I'll start talking it. Otherwise, I'm going to put myself on mute. A couple of things I can do. So I'm just going to put myself on mute, but I will used to say this. I will hop back. Oops. I will hop back on the mic if there is a question. All right, I've been asked well, it's way too cheap for me, Jet. The reason I posted or had AGIL up on a chart here is that Dak in the main room mentioned AGIL. I have no real opinion. I mean, these are I don't trade stocks that are under a dollar. Um, but if I had an opinion, I suppose, you're looking here, 25 cents could stall it. Just looking at what happened on Friday. I don't know why it's doing this. They announced additional working capital, go private transaction, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I honestly don't really have any thoughts on it. I mean, it's something I won't touch. Yeah, I kind of I've just seen GNS trade in the past, of course, and I don't know, I just don't have the confidence in it. But I'm glad you made something on it. Ugh, it's only 228. I thought it was closer to three. Well, let's take a look at the trade of the week. CVNA. CVNA is still hanging tough, well above the VWAP, 4402. So it's well above the VWAP. Trigger was 4161. So that is a $3 move off the trigger. And I guess, let's see, how easy would it have been to get in at 4161? Very easy. So it popped up. So if you'd taken her right there, and then you would have suffered a little bit as it moved down, but then it got right back up. And it's been that was a great run from 40 from well, if you got it at 4161, right up to 44, 45.38 before it pulled back somewhat. All right. Well, I'll put myself back on mute. I left the message there. There's not really a heck of a lot I want to talk or I can talk about. All right, guys. Well, at least there's a little bit of action here. Flag, another one of these SPACs. Flag just popped up and got halted. FLAG just got halted. Now your GNS actually, other than the topping tail from 2 candles ago, we've got some nice bottoming tails here on the 15. Got some nice bottoming tails, 3 of them. You do have a topping tail 2 candles ago, but this, the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers are still looking like they're in control on GNS. All right, let me see if I can answer that question. Today's range percent column, I added to sector status to know what that specific stock is at any specific time of the day. More than 100%. So you're talking about, oh, I see. Okay. So for instance, if you look here on the GNS, Ron, okay, today's range says 160%. What that means is the average true, it's all in relation to the average true range. Okay. So on average, over the last 14 days, GNS has averaged 31 cents. Okay. In terms of the average range between the high and the low over the last 14 days. So the average range has been 31 cents. Today, it's 160% of that. It's had a much higher range, 1.6 times 31 cents. Okay. Does that make sense? So if a stock is over the last 14 days has averaged $1 in terms of its average range, and today it's trading, and today it's exploding, and it's the difference in the high and the low today is $3, so it's 3 times the average range. Yeah, it's based on ATR. Yes. All right, DAC. Nicely done on your GNS. Well, I mean, the next high, 269 on the weekly chart. So you've got maybe that to look forward to. Yeah, I mean, listen, if it takes out 269, then the next high looking left is 355. I'm not saying we're not ever saying it's going to get to any one of those prices, but that's what it is looking left on a weekly chart. Oh, I have to say, nice trade to Vicky. I'm just noticing a past post about the Hawaii HE. Nicely done, Victoria. Yeah, the thing about JNS also is that the volume is still good. Look at that. That's the biggest volume bar of the day now for JNS. I'm sorry, that's the daily chart. Excuse me. But still, on the 15, yeah, I mean, the volume is, you can just sort of see it's picked up. Apple, let's say, okay, if I were wanting to trade Apple, I have a question about Apple. Well, let's take a look on the daily chart, first of all. Yeah, I mean, it really depends. I mean, what are you trying to, if you're trying to swing this, or because the next high for Apple on the daily chart is 181.10 and then 181.85, 55. I mean, those are very close, of course, with a $180 stock. But are you trying to swing it? Are you trying to, like, oh, to day trade it? Well, again, I just look at the relative volume. It's not trading abnormally at all. So to me, there's no real edge to even trying to look at it today. I mean, it's not trading abnormally. I mean, it's up 0.63%. You know what I mean? The relative volume is like 0.76, so one would be normal. So, I just don't even see there's a huge advantage of even looking at Apple to day trade today. My opinion, of course, but okay, one moment, please. Yeah, so Brian, for something like Apple, though, I mean, you don't have a lot. I mean, I don't know how you'd be trading Apple exactly. Would you be trading options in it? Would you be trading the actual stock? I mean, how much are you going to take? Because I mean, when you look left on this one, to me, there's just not enough room at all, you know, in order to make it a worthwhile trade. I mean, even if it broke up to 181 and then you look left, the next high is 182. I mean, it's just to me anyway, if the next high was more like 188 from 179, okay. But to me, there's just little areas where it could easily stall, and it's a pretty expensive stock. So you need it to run a bit. But the other thing too is that the relative volume was so it's not trading, no, it's not trading abnormally at all. So for me on a day trade, it's got to be trading abnormally. Otherwise, I just don't look at it. That's why all my filters, have at least a minimum relative volume of three. Some have eight. Some have eight. That's why I don't get too many in here. Now, if you want to trade Apple, though, I mean, the likelihood of Apple having a relative volume of three or eight is probably very rare, unless it has some, incredible news or it's its earnings play, something like that. So, but that's why I don't trade these because they just don't have a high enough relative volume for me. Look at the options volume, 525,000 contracts. Yeah, it's great, but even, you know what? I mean, probably a better way would be to look at the, using the option filter. That's only 36% of normal. 526,000 contracts a day for Apple. That's only 36% of normal, what the average has been over the last 10 days. So those would be two red flags. Number one, regardless of what I would see looking left. Now, that doesn't mean, had Apple had a lot of room looking left, that $186 was the next high looking left, and it was 179 now, and all these metrics were still like this. Doesn't mean it's not going to move. But I just need some abnormality. Well, that ICCT turned out to be a total bust. I thought it might take out two later, but nope. But that's why I have a price alert. Never triggered at the 220 was what I was really interested in. Did not trigger. And the PSHG is also giving it up. So the two I was kind of hoping that might take out two later. Neither have. TFC. Let's take a look at TFC from Miguel in our YouTube room. TFC. I don't know these guys too much other than when they act as an analyst. I see Truist. I'm assuming it's the same. They'll put a price target on some of these. Anyway, well, okay, it's the same thing. Like for what? Look at the relative volume, 0.58. Huge float, 1.3 billion in the float. Like I do see this. I mean, there was some news. Grants National Association for Latino Community Asset Builders, etc. But was there a lot of excitement? Maybe a little bit of excitement earlier, but I know, guys, it's a broken record for me. I need a higher relative volume. If you're talking about intraday trading, now if you're talking about swinging it, I don't know. I mean, the next high looking left is 28.8. Well, it's past that. 29.66. So it's at 29.26 right now. So I mean, that would prevent me unless you got very aggressive and thought, okay, maybe it could get up to here, 32. Well, there's your genius call by Dak. Boy, look at AMC. Oh, these poor people. So this is like $1.13 before the 1 for 10 reverse split. $1.13. All-time low. For AMC, not counting the pre-market, of course, today, but so when looking at RAI, it depends how long you hold these things, of course, but there's the GNS 203, 240 entry 203, 244. This was the short of NVCR 2047. Now this got down to underneath 19. You would not let it come back up to 1940. You would have certainly taken some off. Even the Rely a little bit, 2537 on the short, 2471. All depends on how well you manage the trades. Looks like it just resumed. Yeah, long halt. What? Yeah, it was over. It was over. It was about 10 minutes, a little more than 10 minutes. So there's Flag, guys. Yeah, I mean, it's another acquisition company, another SPAC going bananas. Now, on this one, there are some shorts available, 4,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Nice tight spread, 12.24, 12.84, very tight. Uh-huh. We're talking about right there, 12.27, 12.79. Again, Blue Window, Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Believe me, I would have this one up and running all time so you guys could see it, but I'd have a zillion questions. Where do I get that in trade ideas? And you can't. But this is what I look at. That's the first thing I look at when I click on an alert. How fast is it trading? What's the bid ask? I don't really give a rip about the level two. All right, guys, it looks like it's 2:58. It doesn't look like it is 2:58. So I think I'm going to just head her out. Now, William says he's going to keep the room open till 4. No guarantee he'll do that, but he'll keep it open past 3 for sure. Okay. So this time I promise I won't shut the room down accidentally like I did last time. But I am going to take my leave and let William just close the room whenever he wants. So thanks for all the help, guys. Hopefully a little more exciting tomorrow for me anyway. I know there were some exciting trades, but overall for me, not a lot of excitement. So we'll see you tomorrow though. Actually, I better hang around until William says he's back. Sometimes he walks his dog, I think, right around now. So hang on until he tells me he's here. Oh, you are here. Okay. Okay, then I will. It is now. Oh, well, you know what? I'll give myself 30 seconds to make officially leaving at 3. Five, four, three, two, one. Okay, guys. Okay, 3 o'clock. Okay, thanks, William. I will stop the screen sharing also, okay?